to come up with a concept or of saying that there's no friction, you have to be outside the atmosphere into space. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's absolutely correct in the sense that near the boundary, see the friction, especially the kind that will affect the wing. See on the ground here, we're in contact with the planet. We have a relative motion and so on and so forth. The other thing is that the density here is bigger than when you go upstairs, up higher. So the density, friction is it can be generalized as resistance to flow.
Exactly.
Okay, your inertia, is a resistance to the flow. The density is a resistance to the flow, because the heavier, the harder it is to move the fluid.
Right.
Therefore, but there's also something that's specifically called viscosity, which is within the relative motion and so on and so forth, that adds to that in terms of friction. So yes, in the bottom, nearer the bottom, because of the density, because the actual viscosity is also a function of that density. And it increases, the higher the density. So what you said is pretty much
right. So the gentleman who said that there's no density,
yes,
no friction,
yes,
regarding the flow of the wing flow,
absolutely.
But common sense term that can't be correct.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. So what happens is that's where the next guy becomes important. Prandtl becomes important. And Prandtl comes from Göttingen. And I'm going to be talking a lot about Göttingen. You've hit the nail on the head in terms of talking about Germany. This is all about Germany. So we talk about Molenbeek. Now, Molenbeek was in the 1880s to when some of our ancestors were doing incredible things also. Okay, Andrew J. Bean was having patent for rocketry. Yeah, that's reality. That's one of our great-grandfathers. Around that, Molenbeek was doing this thing and so on. So 1904 was when Prandtl showed up from Göttingen University. And he tried to correct the problem that you just indicated. It's a problem to make believe there's no friction in the flow fluid or in the fluid.
It's not reality.
Yeah, so what Prandtl did was to say, okay, we can divide the fluid into two parts. Away from the body, the boundary, we're going to use the potential. But very near, right on the surface, around the surface, we're going to develop another theory. And it's called the boundary layer.
Boundary
layer.
Okay,
boundary layer. So that region where you have contact with the surface, you could use the boundary layer equations. He developed the boundary layer equations.
Okay. That's
Prandtl. Molenbeek didn't develop the potential. The potential was contributed by many people, but he provided a way to solve the problem. And so that's what was happening. In fact, most of the aircraft that has been designed on the basis of, okay, we're going to use the boundary layer approximation for near the surface of the flow field, or the boundary of it, and then outside, away from it. So you get an initial shape using the potential flow. And then after that, you refine it using the boundary layer. So it's a patched up, what I call a patched up approximate principles. Yeah.
Another question, if I may.
Go ahead.
I wanted to know how then you bringing the equation for the 3 dimension to that Holocaust.
Yes. Hodograph.
Right. How did your work further that?
Yeah. Well, before answering that question, see, with this German and Russian, interaction, and fundamentally German leadership in that dynamics, and Prandtl taking it to the next level. Because, like you said, without friction, you're unrealistic. So that reality was put in by Prandtl, still Germans.
Mm-hmm.
So the Wright brothers were beginning to do something here.
Mm-hmm.
But the root of their thing was in Germany, Prandtl. They were trying to actually force Prandtl into this country.
Mm-hmm.
Because the boundary layer theory was a revolution of fluid dynamics in general. And so when there was a flight here by the Wright brothers, the preparation for the 1918 First World War was in progress. Einstein was also doing stuff in 205. So you have 204 and 205, which is 205 is also part of this presentation. But controlled by Germany. And so eventually they prepared, and the aircraft was done with some of these dynamics from Molenbeek and everything. Boom, they have fighter planes. And they're ready to take on the world. And sure enough, they took on the world. People thought it was a loss for them. No, the Germans never believed they lost. Because they have the fundamental philosophy. Intelligence is what's the winner. And in as much as they can go into these new areas and begin things and make progress, they feel they're ahead of everybody else. So when the First World War was over, the Nazis came in and eventually and took that even to a much vigorous level in preparing for the Second World War. Yes.
On that point, excuse me for interrupting, but can you just quickly digress, give a synopsis of how did that German empowerment, so to say, feed into the Holocaust, and how does that the German empowerment fed into the Holocaust? How does your Gagut solution feeds into the African American empowerment?
Absolutely. Well, by taking a lead in intelligence or intellectual aspect of humanity, puts you ahead of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in the lead, you're just next to God, because God is the ultimate, untouchable lead. So if you're higher than every other human being, then you're in charge. And if you are in charge, deep down in their minds, they knew God gave them that stuff. They may not admit it publicly, but they know they are privileged to have that kind of blessing or that's ahead of everybody else. That makes them feel better than the others. That made them feel they were the real children of the Creator. That makes the rest of the people less than them, as in inferior to them.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue then turns out to be superiority complex and inferiority complex. So therefore, there's an additional dimension of a human thought which says that there's limited resources, which is wrong. Gagut proved that that's not real.
I agree.
If there's limited resources, then we'll have to control the number of people. We have to grade the people's importance and allow those who are more important the privilege of having a lot more resources. Mm-hmm. And if it came down to it, we have to reduce the population. The ones that are least important would have to be decimated.
But we agree that there's no such thing as limited resources.
That's right. Therefore, that was the philosophy. Mm-hmm. And so the Germans, proved to their fellow Europeans they are superior.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, Göttingen University, where a lot of these things were coming from, mm-hmm. was founded, a German university, was founded by the great-grandfather of Queen Elizabeth, King George II.
Okay.
King August George II founded Göttingen to, in effect, take over England and make England a colony. That's extremely important to know that. Cambridge was there. They dismantled Timbuktu and moved it to Europe, various points in Europe, Paparais and so on and so forth. But they moved to Europe and called Timbuktu Oxbridge. Actually started with Oxford University.
Ah, okay. I see the connection.
Okay. They called it Oxford, and then eventually Cambridge, they broke into two. One part became Cambridge and the other remained Oxford. So they called it Oxbridge because it's the same university. That was a transplanting of Timbuktu.
In Africa, Mali?
That's correct. That's correct. And currently, the war is still going on over there. Some dynamics are going in Mali currently. That it's a continuation of that. Of course, Mali, Timbuktu was going to be transplanted here by Black Man, Washington, Booker T. Washington, called Tuskegee, and he and Professor
George
Washington Carver, they did huge things. They reminded of Timbuktu. However, it was taken over eventually by Jim Crow. That piece is, I want to. So therefore, you have Oxbridge, and Oxbridge was reigning, heavy, along with some other similar, transplants like in France and Italy and somewhere, But Oxbridge, was outshining them, and but now with this dynamics coming out of Germany, Molenbeek and all the other stuff, they decided to take over England and make it a colony. And therefore, Oxbridge becomes second class to Göttingen University. There was no person that could compete with Prandtl coming from Göttingen in Oxbridge. The huge development of Newton from Cambridge was neutralized and taken over by Gauss.
Isaac
Newton. Sir Isaac Newton was the foremost mathematician in that era. Göttingen, after it was founded by Queen Elizabeth's great-grandfather, King August George, II, Gauss took over as the greatest mathematician, at least pure mathematician, on a higher level than Newton. So three of them were connected as being the greatest mathematicians of all time. You have Gauss, Euler, another Germanic.
Yeah.
Euler was sent over to Russia. They colonized Britain, sent their German type to go and take over Leningrad. Leningrad University was equivalent for Russians of Oxford University. And then Moscow State became branched out of Leningrad, just like Oxbridge. So if you call Oxbridge as Oxford and Cambridge, then Leninsko would be equivalent, Leningrad, Moscow State. That's the parallel. But the Germans had their control of those top universities. They were in charge. So therefore, so that's to say that when it comes to intellectual matters, the Germans were in charge of the world. Their own fellow people, and even today, people still don't understand. Like I said there, some of the great-grandparents of Queen Elizabeth never spoke English on the throne.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't speak English at all, and their subjects didn't know that. So it's a more sophisticated. Queen Elizabeth's family came from Hanover in Germany. Göttingen is a few miles, not very far at all from, it's in the same region, same place, in Germany. So now with this lead, and a lot of focus was put on that, on intellectual matters, especially application of it into aircraft and so on, flying and all that. The Germans now took control of the world. And so, therefore, there had to be a high rank, higher hierarchy of human species with the Germans on top. The Germans are on top, the Europeans are on top, okay, as a matter of race or continent. But within that continent, the Germans are the supreme. So the supreme European supremacy headquarters moved to Göttingen, Berlin, or Germany, in effect. But Göttingen was the technical headquarters. So that was where Newton was in Cambridge, Gauss was in Göttingen. And so, that is the dynamics. So what has happened then is, in terms of application of mathematics, the holograph transformation became like a testing ground for who is going to be on a path to that prestigious elite superiority intelligentsia kind of class. So George Bugariello, the president of Poly, when, and I'm digressing a little bit here, when he came around the paper on the holograph, the US government had already taken my paper on holograph. And
what year?
That was in 1988, 1989. The US government had, because the holograph had been constrained to 2 dimensions only. So they would use that approximately just like they started with potential flow, and then tack on to the viscous part later on. This was only working for 2 dimensions, but the wing is a 3-dimensional entity. But the Germans, Molenbeek and Company and Chaplin, told the world, you couldn't do this transformation in a 3 dimensions. It would be non-linear in 3 dimensions. And that was so frustrating. Yes?
There's a question. You just mentioned that we're looking at a 3-dimensional concept, an idea. We're trying to develop a 2-dimensional equation to that.
Yes.
Is it possible, I'm just thinking off the top of my head,
Yes.
Is it possible to take a section of that, a 2-dimensional section of that, and estimate that and do like a Riemann sum from I = 0 to infinity? Basically,
that's
a pseudo 3-dimensional equation.
Actually, that's what was being done, okay? And just like the potential and then the work from there, that's precisely what was. That was the process of the design.
Okay.
You start with what you could do, and then you start adding to it, patching up and all the other stuff.
Right.
Eventually, the lab is where you test, and eventually you do flight tests, kind of tests and so on, and then you verify the thing over there. But that is basically the dynamics. It was a natural human dynamics, and it was working. It was working. When you're doing a low velocity, kind of designs, it isn't as critical, but when you go into high speed, then all these things become very important because shock waves develop and so on and so forth. And you're going to do, so the equation that we're talking about will deal with shock waves, but you can't deal with shock waves and viscosity at the same time. You have to use all this patching up. But you're starting mostly with a section, 2 dimension. And that is why that had some serious uses, because, okay, you start with, because what you're doing really looking at a section is that, you see, if the span is long enough, then the influence of the boundary will not be a will not create so much of a problem.
Now you got a board there, and I'm sure you want to draw out some of the stuff.
That's correct.
You need to get some chalk.
That's correct. That's correct. Let me get my picture tested.
People are visual. So.
Oh yeah. Well, see there. That's really the section of her. Okay, and the flow comes out that way.
Mm-hmm.
This is the wing section. That's airfoil. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so the span is into the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the span is long enough,
Mm-hmm.
then you could just take every section of the wing is going to look the same, especially if there's no tapering and so on and so forth. You take an average section, and then with that you could, because what you're looking for is a wing as a lift. Lift here,
Mm-hmm.
L, lift.
Mm-hmm.
And then the drag, is the opposition. The drag, those are the important thing, the thing that slows down the flight, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing that lifts it up, because you got to lift the airplane up,
Mm-hmm.
and then move. If you can't lift it up, you can't move unless you move on the ground, okay.
Right.
So the lift is important. That lift comes as a result of this flow field, the flow field that comes out here, the other things that okay, these are all flow field dynamics, okay? So that's what they do. So they design it. This is the 2D, 2D section, okay?
Mm-hmm.
2-dimension section of the wing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so that's the problem they were trying to solve. Now, therefore, once this breakthrough from Molenbroek and company use the hodograph equation, hodograph equation.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was they were able to use that, which is a two-dimensional theory, 2D, to design a section. But when you put such a section on a finite span wing, there will be a problem in terms of the boundary problems of the span that will wash in or wash out, that will affect what you did here.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, it's not perfect, to say the least. What you did with the 2D cannot be perfect. Correct. So what people were trying to do was to build a very long span wing so as to minimize that influence of the boundary of the span.
Yeah, basically make it negligible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's what was being done. But by no means was a perfect or ideal situation. So they scratched their heads, poured money into how you could find a hodograph that is 3D. There was a guy called Sir James Lighthill. He basically responded to the German lead. I believe it was in the 70s. He sat on the Newton's chair. Lighthill, James Lighthill, Sir James Lighthill. J. Lighthill.
Mm-hmm.
From Cambridge.
Mm-hmm.
He was the Lucasian professor. That's the professorship that Stephen Hawking held, recently. Okay, he became for his contribution to the hodograph, but it was in 2D. But he originated also from Germany. He was German. The story was he was a German Jew. Okay, and you were talking about Holocaust before.
Wow.
Yeah, he was.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, Lighthill was surgeon, but no, people didn't know that.
I suppose not. He still was alive to do this.
People didn't know that. But anyway, so he sat in Newton chair in Cambridge for his contribution to hodograph.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was telling you before. The pointer, what points to you in applied mathematics in terms of what kind of class you are, One of them was a holograph. So he made this contribution. He got Newton's chair for his contribution, this thing here. Okay, and of course, because of his German background, he knew pretty much Molenbeek and all the other stuff. That gave him an edge. So he sat down, because for a German coming in, to have been a little more hard for him to get and sit in Newton's chair. But because of this contribution, so on and so on. So anyway, but that was still 2D. So, but the 2D was getting Germans to such a high level of superiority over the others. They went from the regular aircraft, fighter types, to more sophisticated ones that will begin to approach transonic, what we call transonic. Transonic means near the speed of sound.
Right.
Where the cruise velocity is like the velocity here, which is the speed of the aircraft, is in the neighborhood of the speed of sound. When you're there, this section is very hard to design because you don't have the physics. And so, but because they are ahead in the holograph, they could design that section and then correct it for the finite span and so on and so forth. And they were making progress. They were ahead of everybody. What Lighthill did was to bring some of those advancements from Germany to England and help the English people and so on and so forth. But England has already become a colony of Germany. That is a terminology that will shock most people, but that's what is a reality. Queen Elizabeth is not English; she's German, and so he's the German governor of England, if you will, or king of England. But the actual ruler comes from Germany. His great grandfather. So now, but it is this kind of dynamics that decided where every segment of humanity fit in the hierarchy of ranking people in terms of their superiority and their importance. The Jewish people were considered very low. And so, as progress was being made, they were trying to put the Jewish people in certain categories because they're not considered to have the kind of intelligence that will match, that the kind of Molenbeek and all these other folks, although which is not real, but that was the perception. And so Einstein was coming along. Einstein came in and put a hole in that kind of dynamics in 1905, with the relativity. But the WASP, Prandtl, was in charge of the immediate dynamics of the war machine.
Yeah, but sorry, how did Einstein put a hole in the theory? Just real quick, if you may.
Yes. The perception that the Jews can only handle money, and they lend money, and it's a dirty kind of thing, and they're not really intelligent because they didn't show up in any of this mathematics, not openly, declared Jewish kind of person. They were not, Molenbeek and so on and so forth. They went in there. The major highlight came in when Einstein came out, a Jewish person, and came out with E minus MC squared is equal to 0, or E is equal to MC squared. And although...
Okay, before you erase that, you got the whole board, even the bottom piece? Okay, go ahead. You want me to do that for you, Doc?
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. You concentrate on talking.
So therefore, when Einstein came around, and he discovered the E is equal to MC squared, then it interrupted that line of thinking that only the non-Jews, the white, Europeans, Einstein.
Right. This is important because this has a direct correlation to us.
Yes, Einstein. Okay, E is equal to mc squared. And most people know what the symbol stands for. He came up with that, and in his words, this is a revolution in physics. But physics was good, but the dynamics of the war machine, which also needs physics, the kind that Prandtl and Molenbeek were in charge of, and Chaplin in Russia were in charge of, was more immediately of importance, because how to move from the ground, and even if all you're dropping is a piece of stone on people, over the people, was immediately more important than, design a sophisticated bomb per se. Okay? Because if you have the bomb, you don't have a way of delivery. That will not be, So, therefore, Molenbeek and Prandtl were more in focus. But the physics was not left out, because after all, what they're doing was physics also. But we're talking about nuclear dynamics, where this was featuring, was strategic and very important. However, the immediate thing was the delivery machines, in terms of aircraft and so on and so forth. So that was moving. So First World War came, Second World War was in the progress of coming, and what happened was, by the beginning of the Second World War, the Jews were now relegated to, in spite of the E is equal to mc squared. This helped Jews to demand equality with WASP Germans. This equation.
Right.
But by the Second World War, this equation was still on the so-called abstract stage, although the Germans were working very hard to put it into practice, because they have a delivery system, the aircraft and so on, but they have to get the bomb. And they knew the use of this here. What they were prepared to do with Einstein was to settle with him, because Einstein said, look, I have a formula. Therefore, I don't come from a race that is inferior anymore. We're not just dirty money lenders. We are as mathematical and intelligent as the rest of you. We're asking for first-class citizenship because of the formula. By saying that, he knew that G M1 M2 equal to FR squared.
And just quickly tell us what the G is here.
Yes. This is the universal gravitational law. This is Newton. This formula brought Europe into limelight. Okay, this is universal gravitational law.
Right. Now, again, what does the G stand for? What does the M stand for? What is F and R?
G is the universal constant. In other words, if you have two masses, the attraction force is the F between them. The R is the distance between them.
The radius.
The radius. And the M1 and M2 are their masses. So in effect,
I got that, Doc.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, because I just want to show a picture so people can see a little bit there. You could lift the formula, you'll walk around that for the time. Okay, so we have, there's a mass here, M1, okay, and then another one m2, okay? Okay, and then there's distance r, okay? Then there is a force between them, force of attraction between them. This could be just anywhere in the universe. And so that force is a force.
Right.
Okay? Force attraction. Attraction, that's a gravitational force between them. Okay? That force is related to the masses.
Right.
You know, it's proportional to the masses, the product of the masses, okay? But inversely proportional to the distance between them. And then the G is what you call the
gravitational constant.
Yes, or the constant of proportionality in that equation, the gravitational constant. That's what Newton discovered. But that was considered an extraordinary gift from God to a member of a race and people, which was visualized again like the Germans did as a blessing, special blessing and a calling of the European race to global leadership, because that's a mystery. Turned out Gagut to find out that this already existed in a pyramid way before this but we just taking a snapshot of what was happening there. So this brought Europeans to global leadership. Leadership. Okay, now, so when Einstein, this was in the 1600s, okay, 1600s. So, 400 years later, or 300 years later, actually 300 years, 400 years later, 300 years. And he came up with a formula like that is kind of similar. He knew that if this got the Europeans to global leadership, it certainly got the Jews. Jews are first-class citizens. Class citizens. And then, therefore, that will put them in a position to contest and win the global leadership as well. So that was the issue. So what you see is that equations is the way that humanity actually evaluates who is more blessed, who is being called by God to global leadership. Equations are codes, a revelation. Codes are revelations. This is a revelation. As a matter of fact, they saw it so much as a revelation from God to an individual and his race, that they believed that revelation qualified him to be ordained a minister of the Church of England.
Wow. That's heavy. That's powerful.
So they didn't take this lightly at all. It's a revelation. Nobody else, walking on the street knew that. So how do you identify who is chosen? That's it. A code from God. And so it made him a special anointed person. So whatever divinity classes they were giving,
I like that.
You understand me? It couldn't surpass this. So that's the bottom line. So therefore, it was clear to them. A Reverend Lucas. What
was Lucas' first initial?
I'm first. I'm gonna.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Because I heard what somebody mentioned in Lucas. I don't know about the same one.
Yeah, no, well, it's probably the same one. Reverend Lucas was, minister of the Church of England.
God bless you.
Bless you. Okay, he came up with a money, and said, "Listen, okay, we do all this, but we have to give him an award. He's not just one of us; he is an anointed one. So we qualify him to be ordained as a minister of the Church of England. We're going to also give him a chair in the university. Lucasian professorship. Was created with money raised by Reverend Lucas."
Yeah, we gotta get you our fundraiser.
So, when the Jewish people came around and God revealed a similar formula to them, they remembered that history. And they said, okay, it's our turn now. First, we must be accepted as a first-class citizen. We can be operating on dogs and Jews are verboten. We can, and Professor Henry Clark, explains that very well. He says, yeah, notice how the dogs come first. So we can't fit in that with this formula anymore. So the problem then was the Germans were determined. They were ready to strike a deal, an individual deal with Einstein to say, okay, we're going to accept you as an honorary first class because of your formula, but not your people. The people have to stay where they are. And he said that's not good enough. So the battle began. In the initial stage, they gave him some superficial, recognition and so on and so forth. When he insisted on including his people and so on, then they began, fighting with him. But meanwhile, they were going to the labs trying to test this thing out to make a bomb with it. So what he did was, since there was no agreement, he did whatever he could and came over to the United States and struck a deal. Brother, if you could help. And I'm going to just wipe everything. And I'll
Everything?
Well, yeah, because...
We keep the top one, right?
Yeah. Just leave the two formulas.
Okay.
He moved on to America. Bless you. Yeah. You okay?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, Einstein and then Newton.
I left right off Newton.
That's
I'm
it.
sorry. I apologize.
That's fine. All right. So therefore, with that problem between them, what was happening was, okay, the Germans were ready to go on with their. So now this. Oh man, there's so much now. This happened in Cambridge, of course. Newton's known with Cambridge. Now, Einstein during this time, I believe he was University of Berlin. Was in Berlin. For many years, he wasn't allowed. They gave him some cheap little university somewhere. But once this came around, I think they elevated him to Berlin. Now, because there's a statue of this equation in University of Berlin right now. So these are some of the background. Now, Göttingen, you know, has become the big player. They invited, even though Berlin has a big name and Germany, or Germans had the philosophy that they're not going to try to rank universities. Universities should be operating on the same level. And every university is supposed to be as good as the other, but in reality they knew that Göttingen was the Harvard and the Cambridge, you know, of Germany. So, but Einstein wasn't good enough to go into Göttingen. However, when he was developing the second stage of this formula, which is the general relativity, this was the special relativity, he was invited to Göttingen for 1 week only. The only faculty position he could get in Göttingen was for 1 week. And that is to discuss his general relativity equation. He was invited by a guy called David Hilbert. And at this juncture, I'd like you to go on the computer and search for David Hilbert. At Göttingen University. So they worked together for 1 week. Einstein and Hilbert worked together for 1 week. And they perfected, it's like a brainstorming of the general relativity, really. They all agreed the formula was good. But Hilbert had felt he was working on the same problem himself, but by working for that 1 week, felt having, you know, basically that he had made enough contribution to the general relativity, and so he could write up the general relativity as part of his contribution, just like Einstein could. So it became a competition, and how they decided who actually, you know, was supposed to get the credit was who published the paper first. Both of them knew the paper. You found him in Wikipedia?
Yeah, I found it. I Googled it.
Good. He's Göttingen is also good, you know. But you know, you confirm some of the things I said about Göttingen in terms of history. But go to David Hilbert. And biography. Yeah, hit that one, and you know, and so you know. Yeah.
Which one you want me to hit?
No. David Hilbert biography, facts and biography.
Okay.
I think that might give. Okay.
Give his background. Give his
read some of it. You know. Okay.
Born January 23rd, 1862. He died February 14th, 1943, at age 81. He was German nationality. Famous for formulating Hilbert spaces, a major theory in functional analysis. David Hilbert was born in Königsberg, East Prussia. Okay, he was a great leader and spokesman of mathematics in the early 20th century. Like most German mathematicians, Hilbert was a product of Göttingen University, at that moment the world's mathematical center, and he spent much of his working life there.
Hold on, I want you to go over that again. At that moment, the world's mathematics center. Okay. That's another way of saying they took over from Cambridge, is the mathematics headquarters of the world.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
All right. His formative years were spent at Königsberg University, where he developed fruitful scientific exchange with his fellow mathematician Adolf Hartwitz and Hermann Minkowitz. Let's get into his background. Let's scroll down a little bit more. At the University of Königsberg, if I pronounced that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hilbert studied under Lademan for his doctorate, which he earned in 1885. One of his friends was Hermann Minkowitz, who was also a doctoral student. In 1884, Adolf Hurwitz was appointed to Königsberg University and became friends with Hilbert, which was a very significant factor in Hilbert's mathematical development. David Hilbert was a member of staff at Königsberg from 1886 to 1895, being the Privatdozent until 1892. He was then an extraordinary professor for 1 year before becoming a full professor in 1893. You want to go on as want to say somebody's inventions?
Yeah. Well, yeah, bro, but there's some turning point there in his stay in Göttingen. In terms of what was his position in Göttingen.
Right. Yeah. He was a what did it say? He was an extraordinary professor for 1 year before becoming a full professor in 1890.
Okay, was that in Göttingen? Did he say?
Yes.
Okay. And then Hilbert inventions. Okay. Yeah.
They did talk about the foundation of geometry.
Okay. That's some of the things that his contribution. But go on. He earned the title. Okay. No, his contributions to mathematics.
After receiving with axiomatization of geometry, David Hilbert developed a program to axiomatize mathematics. With his attempt to achieve his goal, he began a formalist school of mathematics, which opposed the institutionalism of Brouwer and Kronecker. Meanwhile, Hilbert was expanding his contributions to math in various directions: partial differential equations, mathematical physics, and calculus of variations. He knew that he could not achieve this by himself. In 1900, Hilbert gave a massive homework assignment to all mathematicians across the world. He did this when he presented a lecture entitled Mathematical Problems before Paris International Congress of 1900. Hilbert proposed 23 mathematics problems to those solutions he thought the 20th century mathematicians ought to devote themselves. These mathematics problems are now known as Hilbert's problems, and many of them remain unsolved today.
Very important.
Yes.
Very, very important. Because we're going to be talking about one of those problems.
Okay.
Go ahead, just,
Okay, only a part left is Hilbert's latter years.
Okay.
So Hilbert courageously...
All right, let me summarize.
Okay,
so now, the Hilbert problems are a list of unsolvable problems. He couldn't solve himself, so he put it out for everybody.
Right.
It made an assignment for the rest of the mathematicians. Look, let's search for this.
Yeah, 23 of them.
23 of them. The first on the list, if there's a link on highlight on that, you would have, you need to see it listed. If there's usually there's a height on that, because you need to see the list. What's the list? Okay, the list of the 23. Okay.
Let me try to go to the next page to see if it says anything.
Okay. Otherwise, I'll tell you. The number one was Riemann hypothesis.
Did he call it Riemann hypothesis?
Oh yeah. It's extremely important and okay.
I'll probably just Google it.
Okay. Now, can you go on another window?
And can we go back to where?
Okay. In other words, you notice Einstein was here. Einstein is there.
How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is important because, they should have said that he headed the math department. We're going to visualize, check that out also. But here's a person who is giving assignment to the rest of the mathematicians. And he's classified as the most influential mathematician of the 20th century.
Hilbert?
That's right. That's absolutely right. And that probably will be in the Wikipedia version of it. Did you see the 23? Oh, okay. Okay, the list of them. Maybe if we go downstairs, there might be a list. What's the? Let me see that.
This is me, my hypothesis right there.
Oh, there you go. That's right. There you go. There you go. Okay, no, go. What is it? Okay.
We were reading.
No, okay. Nature and influence of the problems. Okay, so, see that it's number 1.
It's right. When we click on it.
Yeah. Well, not almost the clicking on it. It's number 1. There are others that follow, but the very first one. No, read that first.
Okay. Hilbert's problems range greatly in topic and precision. Some of them are propounded precisely enough to enable a clear affirmative/negative answer. Like the third problem, probably the easiest for a non-specialist to understand, and also the first to be solved, or the notorious ACE problem, the Riemann hypothesis. There are other problems.
Yeah, okay, so, now it says, first to be solved, or the notorious eighth problem. Okay, it was the 8, not number 1. Okay, it was the 8. It was the 8th one. Okay. So it was number 8. Okay, but all right. So it says here number. What am I? Okay, the notorious 8th problem.
Right.
Notorious of the 23. This is the most notorious. That's
the most challenging.
The most challenging. That's what it's saying. That's even for Hilbert. Hilbert, the greatest, great mathematician, and they will give him a nickname of the last of the great mathematicians. So, for you to understand Gagut, you have to understand Hilbert. Bless you. You have to understand, Hilbert.
Right.
All right. David Hilbert competed with Einstein. That's one of the reasons why you see Einstein's picture coming in, where you have David Hilbert. His contribution was so okay. Now you also see some of his students. That maybe the
And I got the other thing over here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see his students. Usually they will give. Sometimes Wikipedia gives that and so on. But
this is what we had before.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go to the students and all that. Go downstairs and go.
Scroll down.
Yeah. See if we get his students. Students. No, that's okay.
Let me go back to the other window.
Yeah. And
maybe you can just tell us the student.
No. Yeah, but if you see it yourself, it's a little. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, did you pass something? Usually, they'll give the students. And the students, I want you to see one of the. Do they have anything on the students? No. Okay. Go up a little bit. Usually, they'll give some of the students.
I probably can search for them.
Okay.
Yeah. See, here's all 23 right here. All 23.
Okay. Let's go. Which is number 1?
The continuum hypothesis.
Oh, okay. That's what I mean. That's yeah. Okay, sure. That's also okay. Okay. And then number 8 is, yeah. The number 1 has not been okay.
Right. Number 8 is the Riemann hypothesis.
Riemann hypothesis. Okay. There you go. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Students. There's no students. Not even there.
No.
Okay. I'm going to give you the name of one of his students. Okay. One of his students is a guy called Courant. Okay, David Hilbert's student, Courant. C-O-R-A-N-T. Courant. Courant was one of his students. And he was sent over here to this country to establish one of the most prestigious mathematics institutes in the world, called the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences. He was David Hilbert's student. That's where Professor Garabedian that I was talking to you about ended up as a professor. The impact of Hilbert is so big in mathematics that some of the things that I'm going to show you later on you will be able to understand their position. So, and we've started with Hilbert before we even go to Gauss. But what you need to remember is what was said before. Göttingen was the center of mathematics globally, as in the headquarters of mathematics. Believe it or not, that's the position of OFAPIT Institute of Technology right now.
Ah, okay.
OFAPIT Institute of Technology has taken over from Göttingen as the headquarters of mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, okay, now, what you do is go to the Wikipedia of, version of David Hilbert. They will have, okay.
Just click on it?
Yeah, maybe you click on that one. Click on that one, see. Okay. Okay.
Go
George Cantor. Cantor was that's another place. Yes, go down. Hilbert's place. Okay, students. You will see some of the students.
Right here. Hilbert and the students. All right, I just told me what he did. Okay.
Yeah, the students will be here somewhere. Okay. The actual list of them.
Doctor students right here.
Okay.
They're right here.
Okay, look for Courant.
Right here, Richard Courant.
Okay. Put that in there.
Richard Courant. Actually, want to take a picture of this page?
Yeah.
Right here, Richard Courant.
That's right. Okay. Mm-hmm. He came, and the mathematics that is part of New York University, which is sometimes they rank it among the top 5 in the world of mathematics institute. That's where Paul Garabedian, was professor. During the moment I met him to discuss the holograph, he was in the Courant Institute.
Okay.
Courant was a student of David Hilbert, a very proud student. A very proud student of David Hilbert. Now, so I wanted to bring you along in terms of what am I saying so far.
Mm-hmm.
Mathematics pretty much decides, as in a formula. Formula is nothing but the truth. Mm. It doesn't matter what the truth is about, but a precise truth, a proven truth, or as close to be proven as possible, if you use a theory. Okay, now, so it's usually summarized with a formula. It's a revelation. It's a revelation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a proven revelation. Proven revelation.
Therefore, mathematically.
Yes.
Yes. Therefore, it becomes a theorem, not a theory.
That's right. Even when it is within a theory level, they feel good.
Yeah.
They feel better than somebody who is just saying, "No, I got a revelation." Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because their revelation summarized here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Einstein's revelation is in here. And we're going to do a similar thing they did with Newton, with Einstein. And he made sure that in his will, they will not turn him into into a shrine and therefore a prophet and so on and so forth. But it's about prophets. You understand? I mean, when a revelation is given to you to share with the world, you being a conduit for, which is what I was saying to you when you came over here. And it will take you a while to get used to my transformation. Mm-hmm. My transformation is to see through God as the totality. There's nothing else outside of God. Even though we do things that are not supposed to be godly, we're really within God. We're just a bad part of God when we do that. So therefore, it's about God. This is God. If it is true, it came from God. There's only one source.
I buy that, yes.
If it is true, it came from God.
Right.
And what the people are doing is that, okay, they're able to sense that. They say, okay, God didn't give it, they didn't have it, so God didn't reveal it to them. Mm-hmm. So for God to reveal it to somebody,
there was a purpose.
There was a reason. Mm-hmm. And that person cannot be ignored because he got something special.
Yes.
The same thing happened to Newton. In his case, they actually ordained him, accepted this as a qualification for his divinity, DD, okay, and was ready to be ordained and so on and so forth. But we moved from England to Germany. With this development, the bomb was going to be built because the Germans, the West Germans, refused Einstein's condition that his people be accepted as first class and so on. There was a disagreement, so he moved on to America. In America, he struck a deal with the American government with his formula. A deal was struck for the Manhattan Project.
I remember that. That's when the atomic bomb really kicked in.
That's correct.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Okay, E is equal to MC squared. This general formula here, even though it is a universal gravitational law of Newton, which is, like I said, revelation, but inside of it is a general formula for force that relates force and mass.
Right.
Force is mass and acceleration.
Right.
That came from here.
Right. You know, I see something very interesting now that you mention that.
Yes.
No. As long as C does not equal to 0,
That's correct.
you divide C and get M equals E over C squared.
That's correct.
This M could be substituted into here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's part of the oneness. That's what we're talking about here. Now, but because this actually gives force, you could, if you rewrite this, you would have F is equal to G M1 M2 over R squared.
Right. And if M1 and M2 equal, it's GM squared.
That's right. Now what happens is, so if you you can, if the M2 or M1 is a constant,
Yes.
like the planet, the planet, and you're looking at various other, then this becomes a constant.
Yes.
That could be swallowed in this. This doesn't vary, becomes a constant like this one.
Right.
So this, that will be grouped together as a bigger G or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, like you said, M1 and M2 are constants.
Yes.
That's really...
M1 is constant, M2 can vary.
Oh, M2 can vary, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
M2 could vary, so then what happens is this M2 then over R squared, this becomes the M, for in the general form, it could be any mass. So force is equal to mass times 1 over R squared. 1 over R squared is proportional to the acceleration.
Oh, okay.
This is where you get M A. Force is mass times acceleration.
Mass time acceleration. Gotcha.
So this is where that came from.
Right. The other thing I was thinking is that, like you said, Earth, these two would probably be constant. Probably both of them, right?
Yeah. Who's that? Excuse me?
You said if you're here to read your lecture reader.
Oh, okay.
Right. So that would say that force
Yes.
is equal to
How are you today? Okay.
G M over R
Yes,
squared.
that's good. Well,
Do that again, would you please?
Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. That's right, because you have two M's and
Right.
equal.
If the M's like an equals MC squared,
Yes.
is one mass object.
Yes.
So if you got a
Yes.
if you say that if the two masses
Are equal.
are equal,
That's right.
that's really M squared.
Absolutely. That's right. So they fall in.
Yeah. You see?
That's right.
So I'm saying that if I take the square root of the force,
Right.
right,
Yes.
multiplied by the radius,
That's
divided by the gravitational force,
That's
I got this m over here.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's the connectivity.
Yeah.
What's happening is that in discovering the universal gravitational law, Newton found a relationship between force and acceleration. That immediately had an application. The application is that's the fundamental basis of designs of machines.
Oh, okay. Good, good.
That's the design, how you design the machines.
Now,
Machi-
what year are we talking about?
or the 1600s. This was happening in the 1600s, yes.
Now, what
16
impact did that have on the
16,
Industrial
17
Revolution that
that's-
propelled Europe ahead of Africa?
That's
so much?
exactly, late 1600s actually. He was born 1642, 1700, okay? 1700.
So you can say then that it was formulas, mathematical formulas, that were discovered by Europeans that propelled them into world leadership, and particularly in the 1600s when they went into the Industrial Revolution, that put them ahead of Africa, because Africa never went into the Industrial Revolution
Okay.
at that time.
This is the Industrial Revolution. Right?
Point it out again. Where's
This
the industrial-
formula is the Industrial Revolution for the Europe because of F is equal to MA. The machines, all that, for cannon developments, for,
Right. And since the mass is constant,
yes,
you can plot a chart
exactly.
with the relationship between the force and acceleration.
That's right. Absolutely. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about here. So, in other words, it's a universal gravitational law, but it's also a law for machines, for designing machines and weapons, war machines.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Say that again.
Weapons of
Weapons
mass
of
destruction.
That came from this formula here. That is power. That is power. That is what gave the Europeans the power and the global leadership. So it was a revelation from God that through which they're able to see how to produce machines and war machines, especially war machines.
Right.
From. But it was kept within Europe. Gagut to go deep and say Africans already have this within the pyramids. This is directly from pyramid because this stuff is pyramid stuff.
So you get to hear people like George W. Bush, the father, George W. Bush, sitting in the White House, saying when he was about to bomb Kuwait, he says that the liberation of Kuwait has begun.
That's right.
And the New World Order, and it's that word slipped out of his mind, the term.
Yes.
This is what he's talking about, New World Order.
New World
That a race of people is about to emerge.
Absolutely.
That wasn't it didn't look like us.
That's right. So this is extremely important. So therefore, this was used to develop war machines. This was eventually also used to develop the war bombs and war machines. So it is this formula that revolutionized. These formulas that revolutionized the worlds before us. This was taken over by the Germans by colonizing England and put the German queen or king over England. Therefore, England was being run directly from Germany, even during the Second World War. Believe it or not, the bomb, the V rockets. They tested it in London before the Second World War. They sent it, they rocketed it from Germany right into near the Queen's residence. Ironic, not only some of the political center. It exploded and killed a couple of people. That's how they tested their rocket.
Yeah, I don't think the gentleman came to test no meter. That's just me talking.
Yeah.
Well, he sure came at a
At an
at
appropriate
a
time.
kind of a
Right.
appropriate time.
Most appropriate. He didn't come and check no meter.
I took a picture of him.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you catching up, folks? All right. So at first I thought it was Kenneth Thomas.
I did
But was
do
it-
it first, but
yeah.
I didn't see it.
So-
you know.
so-
One of the spies.
Sir, you got to be kidding. That's an understatement.
I tell you, right?
CFOs everywhere, you know. There's some that's coming from the,
Yeah.
and they knew you are coming here today, the surveillance.
Oh yeah. Trust me, they got phones tapped all the
Okay,
time.
all right.
We know-
But
we don't
because
trust
you
people.
hear what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So therefore, it is formula that determines who are perceived to be the world leaders, because formulas give them a way to build war machines. This is an example of the formula that build war machines. This is another example of war machine formula.
Whoever has the formula has the power to use the most powerful war machine to take over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The stronger, the more powerful your war machine, the
Absolutely.
more you're able to dominate the other species.
Absolutely.
Human species.
Absolutely. It is in, so therefore, but these two, okay, the Germans tried to build a bomb, like I said.
Mhm.
They did the experiment, very critical experiment. As soon as Einstein arrived here, and they were on the verge of overtaking America.
Mhm.
So Einstein wrote a letter to Roosevelt, FDR, and said the Germans were just pretty close, and they would take over America and everything else would be. So FDR put in $6 million,
$6 million.
$1 million into this formula, and did all the other kinds of intelligence, and they came up with a bomb first.
I come with a bomb, what?
The bomb, the
Yeah.
atomic bomb
Yeah,
first.
atomic bomb.
First.
But that cannot really be verified because it was people believe that Germans had the bomb anyway, or they had some form of it.
Form of it, yeah. We don't know what stage it was at, but it had something.
Absolutely, because they were pretty close. They have
Yeah.
published their
Something.
testings and so on. So they were ready, very
Right.
right, and so on.
They were knocking on the door.
Absolutely, absolutely. So therefore, now, but with that history,
Doc, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
yes,
I'm going back to what you mentioned about who gave that these equations came from God. Now I'm with you
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
And see, that's why it stands the reason that the fact that Einstein came to America
right,
to make sure that the atomic bomb
right,
got developed first.
right,
That was God saying, I am shifting world power
that's right,
into more, like I say, for lack of a better phrase, more capable hands.
right,
Okay?
Mhm.
Because Germany having an atomic bomb meant worldwide destruction.
absolutely,
America having an atomic bomb
Yeah.
means that there's a delayed worldwide destruction.
right,
The United States is still destroying the world,
Right.
but it's like the difference between a nuclear bomb and a nuclear reactor.
Right.
The bomb lets it off all in one shot.
Right.
That's the German mentality.
right,
You blow everybody up. The United States,
Right.
America said, "Well, we're going to release it slowly, like
Absolutely.
a nuclear reactor."
Absolutely.
Okay, so that gives that. So God was saying, "I'm actually buying time."
right,
Okay,
So-
for the human race,
Right.
to get his act together.
absolutely.
I'm sorry to tell you, but I just had to share that.
No, that's extremely important in terms of the dynamics of what they say, because see, the whole mentality is okay. If the Germans said they're superior, and said the Jewish people said they're not,
Mm-hmm.
the Germans will say, look, I have the formula, and this is what I can do with the formula. I can build a war machine that will annihilate you,
Mm-hmm.
period. So the Jew says, okay, we have a formula, and we have struck a deal with your folks over here in America, and they're ready to go ahead and challenge you. So we're even. We can't be inferior to you. That was the position.
Now, what was the deal that the Germans worked out with the U.S.?
No, the Jewish people struck a deal.
I mean, what was the deal that Einstein and the Jewish people were able to work it out?
That America would give the Jewish people a first-class citizenship. The Manhattan Project was headed by Oppenheimer, a German Jew. Most of the big project managers and researchers in the bomb were Jewish people. Those who were thrown out, for example, from Göttingen. Hilbert was ordered by the Nazi government to throw out every Jewish professor in the med department at Göttingen. And they all came, most of them came to America. And they had jobs in the Manhattan Project and various universities. And so later on, the Nazi people would visit Hilbert and say, well, how is the math department doing? And he had to tell them, look, you've emptied the department, literally. Because during that time, they had a buildup of Jewish, people like Courant, although Courant was a student and so on, was not allowed in there. He had to be sent, he came over to America. Tons of them. And he had something like 69 PhD students. David Hilbert. That's, I think,
69? Wow.
In mathematics.
Wow.
So, all right, we're getting there. He could not solve this problem, Riemann hypothesis. He could not solve it. And who is Hilbert? Who is Riemann? We're going to get into Riemann.
You okay to talk? You need a break to get some water?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm just part of the transfiguration.
Okay.
Riemann was before Hilbert. They are in the same class. Their father was Gauss. Gauss was the real father. Oh boy.
Let me give you some space here.
Yeah.
What you want to keep? The equations?
Yeah. I want to keep the equations.
Okay, so
yeah, okay. Just erase this for the time. You've heard about Courant already.
Okay.
Courant was a student of.
What about this?
Yeah, Göttingen. Yeah, you can take that together. I will, okay. Yeah, take that off. Okay, and then, all right. So, yeah, I need to leave the rest of it. Okay, so Gauss is their father. Frederick Gauss. Now you're going to go into Frederick Gauss. Find out, leave the window there. We're going to go Gauss and we're going to go Riemann also. And a couple more.
Riemann sums.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. You would. Okay.
What's Gauss' first name?
Gauss. Frederick,
right?
Carl Frederick Gauss.
Okay.
Carl.
With C or K?
Yes.
C or K?
K. It won't be hard to find. Oh, maybe it's a C. If you try.
Actually, I just put
Gauss. Put his name. G-A-U-S-S. You can. Oh, see, Gagut is coming out. Isn't that something? Okay, good. G-S-S. No, that's it.
Okay.
G-A-U-S-S.
The Gagut comes up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, see, it's already there.
Frederico.
Yeah, we can keep looking here already. It's there. That's him. There are not too many. It's only one Frederick. There you go. Okay, you're going to...
Yeah, see, Carl Frederick Gauss.
Yes. Yeah, it was a K. Sometimes I... But anyway, but that's it. Okay, that's him. All right.
Carl Friedrich Gauss is considered to be the greatest German mathematician of the 19th century. His discoveries and writings influenced, and then went on, it goes on.
Yeah, just go ahead, maybe go a little more.
Okay, let me get it.
Especially, okay.
Okay. Discovery and writings influenced and left a lasting mark in the area of number theory, astronomy, geodesy, and physics, particularly the study of electromagnetism. Keep on.
Yeah, well, see, this is Wikipedia?
This is, hold on.
Okay, because Wikipedia will have like, you know, that.
No,
Bless you.
No, bless you. This is not Wikipedia.
It's not Wikipedia. Okay. See, there's a Wikipedia somewhere, but.
Actually, this is Wichita.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, but.
You go back.
Yeah. Because yeah.
This is Wikipedia right here.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's see that.
Okay. This is Wikipedia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, read the beginning there.
Gauss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss. Excuse me, Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was a German mathematician who contributed significantly to many fields, including number theory, algebra, statistics, analysis, differential geometry, geodesy, geophysics, electrostatics, electrostatistics, astronomy, and optics. Okay, sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathematicorum.
Yeah, that's Prince of Mathematics.
Right, in Latin for Prince of Mathematics, or the foremost mathematician.
Now, that's important. That's extremely important.
Yes.
Foremost mathematician.
Right.
They will class him in the same class as Newton and Euler later on, but he's the foremost mathematician.
Right.
I see.
And check his out, saying greatest mathematician since antiquity.
There you go. That's who we're talking about. Okay. So, okay, now, they would say somewhere there where he was the head of the math department of Göttingen. Just like Newton was the master of the Trinity College. The master of the Trinity College. He was the head of the math department at Göttingen University, the headquarters of mathematics before Gagut. Headquarters moved under Newton from Cambridge to Göttingen under Gauss.
Keep on. I'm just.
All right. Okay. So
I'm just going to say
yeah.
that.
So now, they would say how he ran Göttingen and all that. So, but anyway, now, so between the formulas that are being developed, that are forming the basis, and like I said of Göttingen, the dynamics of aircraft design and all that was headquartered in Göttingen University. And Gauss was, because they know the mathematics is what is behind the brain behind all this development. So the mathematics has to be the best to help these application areas move on. So therefore, the superiority of a race is dependent on the revelation from God that is proven, and mathematically and through application in terms of having impact on humanity. That is how that was shown. So Gauss was the brain, the symbol of the brain behind the development of formulas, because formulas come under general topic of mathematics. Formulas, specific formulas, because mathematics is a study of formulas. Mathematics is a study of equations. So therefore, formulas are equations. And so therefore, any equation is under mathematics. And so Gauss is a symbol by being the head of the math department and the foremost mathematician. Foremost is superiority. Foremost.
You're leading the race.
Yes. Superiority. So, if he was the foremost mathematician or foremost, thinker, foremost, has the foremost, revelation in terms of formulas, therefore, he's closer to God than the rest of the people. And his race becomes the superior race. This is where the concept of race superiority was formulated. And because they refused to acknowledge Imhotep and even Carver and Booker T. Washington, and stole, what they did. Carver, for example, fed the South. And by the way, Gauss's son moved on to live in Missouri. He left his father and parents in Germany and came to stay. His father didn't want him to become a mathematician, so he set us an agriculture. So he owned a plantation there and worked black people. But he was fed by a black man. When they were starving, Carver fed them by making 25 products from one product, peanuts. In the process, fed both non-blacks and blacks in the South. Saved them from starvation.
Yeah, by crop rotation.
That's the concept. That's an African concept, which you didn't learn from any school, right? Isn't that obvious? If you learned it from any of their schools, they would have known it. Therefore, where did he get it from? Africa. That's why he got along well with Booker T. Washington, who was transplanting Timbuktu in America. They were natural partners. And together they set up that stuff. So, but that was washed out and ignored. And the whole concept of supremacy was centered around these two major formulas, in effect, both for building war machines. And while they were doing that, meanwhile, they were reigning as the superior race and superior people. But they now, with this, had partnership with the Jewish people. So now, this made the Europeans presidents, because even though this came from England, it was colonized by Germany. So every president of America before Obama was German.
I did not know that.
Yeah, was German. German connection.
Okay.
Because almost all of them are related to the Queen of England. The Queen of England came from Germany, near Göttingen. And there Göttingen ran the universities in England and elsewhere, and America and everywhere. Like I said, they sent Quran to set Quran Institute right here from Germany directly. Now, so it is this person represents the superiority of the European race, Gauss, because he was the foremost. He was the foremost mathematician. At this juncture, a German called me here. Actually, I was out looking for a car many years ago. And he started talking to me. He's a car dealer. And he said to me, he says, my friend, let me ask you a question. Did you think Germans lost the war? Caught me by surprise. Again, they know me more than I thought they knew me. But anyway, and I said, before I could answer the question, he said, no, Germans never lost any war. He says, if you think Germans lost the war, we own Rolls-Royce right now. And we own the one in Detroit, Chrysler. So he says, how do we lose the war? No, he says, Germans never lose anything. We get it, it looks like we're going to get it back.
They lost politically, but they won economically.
Economically, that's absolutely correct.
That's
so therefore.
Now, I don't mind losing physically. I don't want to lose economically. Because you beat me up, I want to heal. But you take my money from me, I can't survive.
So the Germans ran America from Washington to everywhere on German citizens as presidents because of the perception that Germans are the most intelligent race, group of people a segment of the European world. The Europeans are, by virtue of him, but within the European setup, the Germans are the superior. So Göttingen, Gauss, became the headquarters of the European supremacy. Gauss was the symbol. Along with Hilbert. Okay?
Yeah, I need to. I got him on another thing over here.
Okay. You got Hilbert.
You remember?
Yes.
Yes. You asked me to look him up.
No, definitely. I'm going to ask you.
I still got him up here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, go to his students.
Carl Friedrich Gauss.
Yes. Yeah. He has Hilbert. Okay. Yeah. Those are the brains. You know, this is the most influential.
Right. Here's the students right here.
Exactly. Okay. That's you have Quran. Now go to Gauss's students.
Okay. Let me get it back.
That's important.
Can you keep talking, Professor?
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted him to pull, just like you have a counterpart for the Hilbert, there will be students list, okay? I want you to locate for doctorate students.
Doctorate students.
Okay.
Gudeman. Okay. Jerling.
Riemann.
Bernard Riemann. Bernhard Riemann.
Okay. So now, you know one famous, you know one famous student of Hilbert. Mm-hmm. And you also know one famous student of Gauss.
Right.
Very important. This is the foremost mathematician, especially a pure mathematician. Mm-hmm. He really has no equal before Gagut. Mm-hmm. All right. So therefore.
Oh, okay. I see the connection. Bernhard Riemann as in the Riemann hypothesis. I see the connection. I see it now.
When I asked you to brush off your Gauss's formula,
I'm going to do that.
Now you're catching on.
Yeah.
You're going to catch on enough to begin teaching him.
I got you.
Okay, this is our story. This is our story. Now, so Gauss is the foremost symbol of the European supremacy. His students, do you understand? His students. So now he headed the math department at Göttingen University. Later on, Riemann came, his student, headed the same math department. And then set up the hypothesis, which he couldn't solve before he died. He died at a very early age, at 40 years old. Of tuberculosis. Riemann, that's correct. Tuberculosis killed him. Now, so Hilbert came after Riemann.
What year are we talking about?
Oh God, Riemann was very brief. You know, he came in, there are people between Riemann and Gauss. Okay, but he came in around 1859, 1860, somewhere there is where Riemann came in. You know, Gauss himself died in 1855. And when he was dying, he gave instruction to Riemann to tackle the differential geometry. Part of which is called Riemannian geometry. Because Gauss had done that, but because there was a fear it was going to be difficult for people, regular mathematicians, to believe it, he kept the work, and did not reveal it. And so when some other people began to hint on it, he was very angry. So he asked his student to finish what he did, and he did. So it became a Riemannian geometry, which was the basis of general relativity of Einstein. There was no general relativity without Riemannian geometry, which was done under Gauss by his student Riemann. That's why it's called Riemannian geometry. Now, but when Hilbert came around after Riemann, he wanted to be sure that the problem that he couldn't solve, created by Riemann, a guy that was there before him. They're in the same class, even though this one only lasted for 40 years. Their contributions are very comparable. They're in the same class as Hilbert. Of course, none of them is near here, this one here. So what happened was, so he advertised this Riemann hypothesis in 1900. Now, he was born in 1862, somewhere there, when Riemann was dying. Riemann died around that 1866 or 1865, somewhere there. He was born then. Einstein was born 1878, 1870 something, a little later. But he rose very quickly. If he was talking in 1900, here's the person who was born in 1862. That means that he was under 40 years already. I mean, at 1900, he was under 40 years. And he's very influential at 40 years. So he declared the Riemann hypothesis as the top problem. Obviously, he tried to solve it. He couldn't do it. And he threw it out and gave it as an assignment to the rest of the world.
1 of the 23.
Absolutely.
What was that?
One of the 23 problems he gave to the world.
Toughest problems. Toughest problems. From 1900 to 1943, nobody could solve that problem. The problem outlived him. He died like Carver in 1943.
George Washington Carver.
There's a lot of parallel. But Carver did in chemistry. That's why Tuskegee is equivalent to transplanting of Timbuktu. Timbuktu derived from Kemet, chemistry, the mystery of the ancient Africans. Okay? You know, continued through Timbuktu, and Washington, Booker T. Washington came and said, well, that's a continuity. Boom, here's a new Timbuktu.
I wish I would have sat with you when I was younger. When I was in the early age. 'Cause you're putting together a lot of pieces to puzzles I never was able to figure out. You know?
God is the greatest. God is the greatest. So he brought a fellow grandchild of the masters to reproduce the black magic in Tuskegee, in New Timbuktu.
Called chemistry.
And demonstrated practically like that by creating 325. You know, that sticks to my memory. I don't make any effort to remember it. I gave the proof, a Gagut proof of how he did that with Gary Bird.
Yes, I remember.
Okay, now. So he did that miracle. That was black magic. You understand? That's the black magic. And that's what I proved. It was black magic. Peanut is so small. You understand? To count it as a unit is big enough for a peanut. Do you understand? You can how do you shred that into 325 pieces? Peanut. You have a difficult, of course, you can crush it, but that will have no control. That's what he did. He did black magic. Kemet was here in Tuskegee. Kemet experience. Chemistry, the mystery of the ancient Africans, was operating in Tuskegee. Tuskegee. And the great-grandchildren were together. They offered Booker T, George Washington Carver, let's see, $100,000. Okay, 100.
Back in the house.
Yeah. $100,000 salary. I forget. I used to confuse. I think it was Edison.
Ford.
It was Ford. I keep on going. You corrected me before, but Ford or Edison. But Ford offered him $100,000. That's
million
Okay,
today.
okay. For him to, that was a strategy to abort the cooperation work and continuity of the ancient chemistry in Tuskegee. They were going to buy him off that project. And he refused. He turned it down. He turned them down flat and said no. Not only is he going to turn them down, he had no money. So in order to build this lab, he had to go to the dump sites of of the corporate world that were offering him money to pick their remnants, the broken, lab tools and so on and so forth, to build his lab. But he didn't mind doing that. And so he did this miracle. And that's what happened. So therefore, the continuity of the thing happened. Now this is also part of the dynamics of HBCUs.
Yes. Historic black on college universities.
Yeah. So when I told you, it was an act of God that got hold of him, he was getting into things in that his ancestors were dealing with on a very heavy level without even really knowing how huge that is, per se. He just saw the light from God. And it's all about God, because all this, everything I'm telling you right now, because of the truthfulness of it, it comes directly from God.
All knowledge comes from God.
Thank you.
No ifs, ands, or buts. Nobody can debate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All knowledge comes from God.
Okay.
No one can debate that.
All right. So therefore, but in spite of those heavy duty stuff, the black people were left out of the equation of superiority. As a matter of fact, the Jewish people were being relegated to the bottom because of their brown color. People don't deal with that. Their little brown color is what really made them stand out on their black features. So when you hear the Jewish people did a little bit of nose job and all that, it's not that we're only restricted to one kind of nose. As I was telling Minister Brown the other day, both complexions were across the board. But the melanin is unique. We have to have the melanin. So the brownness and the blackness has become the one that we're most identified with.
And the hair.
And hair, that's right. Well, it all goes together, That's what we're identified with. So, so Booker T. Washington, for example, you knew who he was? Okay? The other guy was not on the same level, okay? The one from Harvard, excuse me for good. Yeah, he wasn't on the same level. I mean, they're all great. Don't get me wrong, okay? But Booker T. Washington was a little on reality line. Had a little edge. But here's the one who didn't have the Harvard PhD or degree. Because what they had was superior. You understand? That's why I was able to work with Carver, and what they did was legendary stuff. Okay, so because they had no money, and they did what was looked like impossible. So anyway, that was ignored. There were formulas, chemical formulas involved in
The peanut.
in the Carver development. Yes, as I proved, it's on the internet. Mathematics was involved, permutations. You take the main ingredients of the peanut and you do permutation, and you could just, I showed how you get 325.
So what?
I showed how you get, using the permutation to get 325 from
Products.
from the peanut, which has about 3 or 4, 13 fundamental components. So you do permutation of those, and here you are, taking a few at a time. Boom, you get 320. That would have been lost without Gaga. Nobody would have known that part of the magic.
Chemistry.
God talks to me, the ancestors talk to me.
Absolutely.
But I broke it down for a brother who came from Missouri. He broke down crying. He said, man, brother, you did something to me, man. He broke down crying. He started to cry. He said, I thought I was the biggest expert on Carver, but you made me feel so little.
I got it on film.
Huh?
I got it on film.
Yes. He said, you make me so small.
Yeah.
How did you get this piece that I didn't have? Gagut, the ancestors talked to me. Anyway, in spite of that ignoring of that heavy development, they began to search for bigger formula, more encompassing formula. One that would determine the ultimate superiority. This was happening with this. The superiority is decided right now by Germans. Germans are the superior, because even if you say, Jewish is he comes from Germany. The formula, and I hope you don't forget it. This formula has a statue. They built a statue of this formula in the University of Berlin. It's right today. So you folks are a little behind without the statue of Gagut. You're a lot behind. Now, Gauss also had his brains preserved.
Wow. Did not know that.
Oh, yes. His brain is preserved. Einstein's brain is even preserved. The Jewish people have his brains in a jar. So is Gauss's.
Wow.
Because of these formulas. All right. They did a stamp with Gauss. You have stamp. That's hey. You made some progress there. You have one out of so many, okay? You have a lot to catch on, however. They got Gauss on the stamp. You have Gagut on the stamp. Wonderful. But they have a statue of Gauss in Göttingen. You don't have a statue yet. They finally gave a statue to Carver, Bailey, Reverend King, and so on. Einstein has his brains in a jar because of this formula.
Einstein and Gauss got their brains in the jar.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. So therefore, now, but especially for Einstein, for identifying that, okay, there must be a way to unify these formulas or get some kind of composition that will take this into the next higher ground. And whoever did that will become the superior.
Absolutely.
The superior. And so he was setting up his own people to be successful in that endeavor. He wanted his people to actually be the people that would do that. And that would have decisively proven to the Germans the Jews are not ones to be messed with. The Jews were definitely not a gas chamber material. They were superior, very rank on the same level as the Germans.
A force to be reckoned with.
Forced to be reckoned with. But if they had been successful in finding this ideal formula, even if it was approximate level way to subsume and consume all this other stuff like you were trying to do a little while ago, you know, they said, then they would have gone past the Germans. That was his goal. So that formula, if so, you now know who Gauss is. Yeah, take Gauss out and look for it. Okay, I'm going to repeat some of it. Yeah, just read that part of it. That formula is Gij, comma J, equal to 0.
Now, can I ask you a
Go
question?
ahead.
That will bring a little more continuity. Because we started out talking about two-dimensional Holocaust, two-dimensional hologram.
He didn't
and
mention Holocaust.
How you took that from two-dimensional to three-dimensional and
Right.
the effects of it,
Right.
and how that brought about a whole new
Yes. generation
species
of
aircraft
right, right,
that America benefited from.
right. Well, see, okay, now sometimes you have to digress and move, fast forward things. In other words, what I just did in bringing this up right now is to show that equations is how humanity identify the privilege among them, the privileged groups among them. Because equations are revelations.
Yes, that is correct.
Revelations that have believability.
You said maneuverability?
No, believability, integrity,
Oh, believability.
credibility is a better word.
Credibility. Okay, I
That's
got you.
credibility. Equations are revelations that have credibility. Now, if they're real equations, if equations are, see, this came from a theory. Gagut can get it directly from a theorem.
Right.
Okay? All right. Now, but because when equations come from a theory, it has limitations. All right? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. When equations come out of a theory, there are usually limitations,
Yes.
the approximations,
Estimation.
which is why the pure mathematics is considered the more exact and more precise kind of thing. That's what Gagut represents. Gagut. But anyway, let me not get into that because then I'll get you all off. So, equations has declared. This one declared the Europeans as the superior race. This one recognized the Jewish people as being part of the European system. And therefore they share the glory of being the superior race. This formula here. The one that I would have blown out everybody else is this one that God gave to us. That's what I want to show on that dynamics. Therefore, these are all revelations. This is the ultimate revelation. But this and this are revelation with credibility, but they are limited. Limited to this can go from universal gravitational law to the design of machine, force is equal to ma. You know, which shows broadness, but it still has limitations. Okay? This one is mostly the dynamics of the nuclear dynamics and so on and so forth. There are limitations. There are limitations in number, there's limitation in their scope. Limitation scope and limitation. So they were big and important, but they're just another formula. Another big formula. Another big revelation. Credibility, but their credibility is limited. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Gotcha.
Their revelations are limited. Their credibility is limited. Highly limited. But they were recognized as being closer to God than the rest of the humans. So now, God did what was unthinkable. Yeah, God did what was unthinkable. And revealed not only all revelations, but exactly as in theorem. This is a theorem. Even Gauss only used theorem for specific things that he developed. He couldn't classify everything he did as being theorems.
Right.
The application area is hard to talk about in a precise sense, a theorem. Yes.
Just for purposes of the audience, remember how I asked you to define the components
Yeah.
of this equation?
Right.
Can you speak to not too much time, but just speak to or just highlight the actual meaning of the terms here, so that when people, when they're looking at this video,
Yeah.
they be able to make heads or tails of this in a more tangible sense.
That's correct. In effect, this equation, I will state it mathematically, and then I'll go into other simpler versions of it. This is a revelation from God to a black man. That all theorems. A theorem means everything that exists. That's a theorem. You are a theorem. Minister Brown is a theorem. I am a theorem. Every existence is a theorem.
In point of fact, yes.
Everything that is a theorem, and the theorems are expressed by equations, also called morphisms, which can be multimorphism or isomorphisms. Some later terms that have been used. Originate out of one invariant GI. Originate out of one. All theorems, that means everything that exists and that is real. Originate out of one invariant GI. That is defined by God through Gagut as God. Right?
I'm with you.
All realities, everything that exists called a theorem, all of them originate from one invariant GI, defined by God as God. GI, through Gagut by God. GI. Everything that is reality originate out of that invariant. That's the whole concept of human idea of God. That has orthogonal components Gij. And because it is an invariant, the change, which is the comma, is zero.
Right. Now, you use a very important term, orthogonal. I just want to make sure that the audience heard that, and
Yes.
if you can just shed more light on that.
Yes, yes. Orthogonal simply means independent. Independent. Yeah. Only the independent component of anything matters. That's the whole basis of mathematics. Only the independent, you can't be, you understand me? Only the independent things count.
Right. It goes back to what you're saying about the wing.
That's right.
The friction piece, you make the wing long enough,
That's right.
the smaller component becomes negligible.
Absolutely. Only the independent part, the independent part is what is counted. It, as obvious as that sounds now, even Gauss couldn't understand that well enough. Now, immediately, this is the ideal that Gauss was looking for, the divergence theorem. The comma is the divergence. He said he was looking, the divergence theorem, which was a collaboration between Lagrange, Green, Gradsky, and himself. There are four major mathematicians. Lagrange was French.
Yeah, Lagrange theorems.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All this stuff's coming back to me.
That's right. Green was from England. And then Gradsky was from Russia. They work on this theorem. Gauss, it's called Gauss's theorem or divergence theorem.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he was looking for. All of them were looking for this.
Mm.
So, but they didn't get it, so they had something. They didn't get zero. They have something other than zero. The divergence theorem, or
Walking up the wrong tree.
yeah, they got something else, which balanced up, but it was an unnecessary. This is what now. So he was looking for divergence. Yes, it's about divergence, and divergence works with orthogonal components. Look, I can keep you here for 100 years, so you know that constraining yourself to live for 100 years is not Gagotical. I keep you like you're going to be healthy, you have no disease. Now, he was looking for divergence law. That's why he became the foremost mathematician and made his race the foremost race, a superior race. He was looking for this formula, the divergence. He came close, but with the help of three other legends too. Lagrange was not a slouch. He was the Prussian Academy chairperson, even though he was from, actually originally he was from Italy, but he maybe that part of Italy that was Germanic, Lagrange, became naturalized French and then ended up in Germany in the Prussian Academy. Okay, he got things rolling. Then Green from England came around, and Gradsky actually proved the formula. But they were all looking for this. Now, Hilbert was looking for invariants. He was looking for invariants. So between Gauss, who was looking for divergence, and Hilbert, who was looking for invariants, they were searching for this formula. That is combined here. This is an invariant. This is what Hilbert was looking for. And Gauss was looking for the divergence. That's the divergence. Invariant and divergence. It gives you another invariant.
So in essence, you solved the Riemann hypothesis, sort of say.
I see.
Sort of say.
Tell him that.
I said, in essence, you solved the Riemann hypothesis. In essence.
It's done.
So of the 23 problems, I think it's about 3 or 4 of them that's still not solved. And you just knock one out.
Those others have their GIJs right here. You take only 7 GIJs, and you solve that. The one that you said is the G2J. This location is the most, how can I say it, is the far-reaching technology that has taken over from Göttingen and Harvard and everywhere else. Is the new headquarters of intelligence. If you dare dispute that, take a look at this. It has all this and everything else. This is a theorem that this is the new headquarters of intelligence for the entire universe.
Can I skip ahead, Professor, and then we'll come back?
Sure.
But now that we're talking about Gagut being, OFAPIT being the new headquarters
right.
of world intelligence.
Right.
How has Göttingen in Germany reacted to that? Have they acknowledged? What is the acknowledgement around the world of Gagut?
Right. Well,
especially in Germany.
If their very greatest was looking for divergence, and not a slouch, you're going to, I don't know if you picked up, the nickname for Hilbert was the last of the great mathematicians.
I didn't see that yet.
Yeah.
Let me go back to Hilbert.
Yeah, the last of the great mathematician. That was his title. Gauss was Prince of Mathematics. Hilbert was the last of the great mathematician.
And both of them, both Gauss and Hilbert,
Yeah.
were at Göttingen.
Oh yeah, you know they were not only in
So
Göttingen. That's a German. Maybe the same name in England would be Göttingen, but they call it Göttingen in Germany. Göttingen or Göttingen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how has the reaction been?
No, that I'm going to come on to that. So therefore, see the two things: invariance and divergence. Most of the top mathematicians they saw that as the thing to look for, but they couldn't put their hands on it. So, but Gagut summarized that in one equation and became the totality of theorems. It's not just equations. So therefore, this is the totality of mathematics. It is, or you put, last of the great mathematicians. It might pop in. Do you see anything like that there?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm still looking.
Yeah. Usually that needs to be highlighted or something like that. But so therefore, this becomes all the equation there is, all the truth there is, all the realities there is, and that reality is what we call God. The totality is what we call God. And you can't get, nobody will give you an argument on that. In terms of the entity out of which everything originates. That's what I said. It's an invariant GI from where all theorems come from. They all originate out of that GIJ. But it's an invariant. The change in that variant is 0. So Riemann and, not Riemann yet, but Hilbert and Gauss's dream have been fulfilled here in this formula. So when it came down to 2005, in 2005, from 1855, Gauss transformed in 1855. In 2005 was the 150th anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
150th anniversary of Gauss's passing.
Mm-hmm.
So they celebrated Gauss. Gauss was celebrated. G-A-U-S-S was celebrated in 2005. The foremost mathematician, the greatest mathematician was celebrated. And so they had to select the works of the greatest mathematicians to celebrate the greatest mathematician, natural.
Right.
They actually declared the whole year a Gauss's year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is the Gauss's year. I don't know if it's clear enough for you to.
Face it to camera.
Yes, that's Gauss's year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll have to edit that in. Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah, this is another one. I don't know if it's better. It is. Okay.
No, it's okay. I'll edit
Yeah,
that in.
no, sure, okay. Yeah, no, this is
Get a clip.
this is a critical part of the presentation.
Okay.
So, in Gauss year, I wish this could hang in here. In Gauss year, yeah. Thank you. That's good. They selected 52 greatest works in mathematics, as in pure mathematics, and in applied area, it becomes computer science. Because his work had a lot of applications.
Absolutely.
In computer science.
Absolutely. And me being a computer scientist as well.
Absolutely. Computer science.
Noted that.
Absolutely. So, therefore, they selected the three, I guess you divide it even, 26, 26, or 28 versus 20, 4 or whatever. So, of those 52 greatest works, meaning the greatest mathematicians and greatest computer scientists, or greatest mathematics works and greatest computer science works, especially with relevance to the applications of Gauss's contributions. But again, number theory, computers does a lot of things with number theory, which between Hilbert and Riemann, and you're gonna look up. But anyway, so so what happened was, every week of the year, they asked the entire world to study each of this piece of work, 52 works, to celebrate the greatest mathematician of all time, the foremost mathematician, Gauss. They declared the whole year. So, in a week, they will take one of these 52 and say the world must study it, the whole world. And that includes all universities, everywhere where mathematics and computer science, has any relevance, which includes Tuskegee University and the HBCUs. When you were writing the resolution, you were anticipating that, and sure enough,
I certainly was.
That was.
I most certainly was.
That was part of it there. Every university that calls itself a university where they study mathematics will have to honor Gauss by studying each of these works in 1 week.
Quick recognition. When I say I most certainly was, I was actually not talking about so much Gauss as I was talking about him.
Well, but anyway, so week 1, week 2, week 3, and it's like a celebration of any legend in any field. You only celebrate with the greatest works. In the process, people who have been talking about before began to show up, because they weren't talking about just contributions in this last century or something like that. Since the beginning of Gauss's life, everybody that made a contribution has to be come into contribution, into the judgment, the selection process, and they decide which is the best 52. So, and within those 52, they had to rank them. They had to rank the 52 in terms of which is the greatest. That is necessary because in any celebration, there is a center. There's a center performance. So if you didn't rank the 52, you won't know. If you put the dumbest of the 52, when the top people are gathered and all that, you're going to bore them to death. You're going to get them disgusted. So they went through the 52 and decided which is the best. The best will have to be put in the middle of the celebration, the center, which is 52 divided by 2.
26. 26!
That's where Gagut was put. Gagut was put in week 26. NR is what they use in German. NR 26 was Gagut. Bless you.
Thank you.
Why? It is all theorems. Past, present,
And future.
forever. And from now on, there cannot be any new theorem ever again. It's all in here.
Wow. No, no future theorems. I mean, you put a halt to the growth of mathematics. I hate to say that, but
How can that be?
yeah. In addition, how can that be? What does that say about the about the future?
The future is all locked in here. You can only apply this. You can't do anything else. That's God's signature.
I like that.
Say that again.
That's God's signature.
I like that.
Thank you. That's God's signature. You see, what I said before was, if you put your revelation in mathematics, in the mathematical terms, if people can agree with your mathematics, then your credibility is there. You understand me? Then they will have difficulty. You understand? But any Joe Blow can come and say, man, I got the revelation, man. Now I have this, thing that can cure all diseases. Do you understand me? Anybody could do that.
But it must be proven.
It must be proven.
Must be proven.
You see why I told you when the people need him? He has both sides. As a clergy.
That is what he told me. He said, fine, rubbing hands.
That's absolutely right.
I didn't
Because
have
his-
far to look. You just popped up.
Absolutely. His colleagues in the divinity, then they have a respect for him, but he comes from the proven side of divinity as well. That's what we're talking about. This is, you can't get more divine than this.
Right.
It's impossible to go more divine than this.
Right.
This is God's said.
I don't care what other field or industry of life is, be it language, be it art, be it, you name it, on and on and on. Everything can be defined by mathematical terms and principles.
Okay. So therefore, that's another way of saying that every aspect of history is in there, as long as you restrict to the truth one.
True.
Truth.
No pun intended, but true.
Every aspect of medicine is also, anything that will cure is in reality is as a J&J.
Like,
So when I tell Minister Brown, people have a blockage in their stomach, and we found a GIJ for it, and applied the GIJ, and the problem is solved exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
right. If you can map that stomach problem in the form of an equation, you can solve it.
Exactly, but do you understand? It's solved exactly. So they say, well, but Oyibo doesn't have a medical degree. What does have a degree have to do with it?
Yeah, what does it do anything?
It's the truth. The truth about medicine is what you go to school to find. All the truth is in here. All of it. That's God's signature. That's what I said before. It's a revelation from the Almighty God to a black man. Man, know thyself. Now you know yourself by knowing this representative. Man, know thyself. You can't really know yourself until you know me. You can't know me until you know this. And if you know this, you know the Creator. This is a verified Creator's signature.
That's some heavy stuff.
Yeah. And may I add, I was sharing with Mr. Martinez earlier. I said, I'm not saying that we should worship nature, but God communicates with nature, but us humans are so stupid that we choose not to. Like the Indians, they were able to read God through nature, right? Now, remember that tsunami that took place?
Yep.
About 2.5 hours before, all the birds, all the cattle, they hauled tail. Okay, they ran because they was in tune. They were listening to nature.
Absolutely.
Nature was saying, "Get out of here! Something is coming."
That's right.
Right?
Ignore it.
But humans were not in tune. So 2.5 hours after the beast ran, somebody looked up. 150-foot waves are coming at me. Ah! But see, even if they were not in tune,
All right.
they seen the animals running like they're crazy.
That's right.
They should say, wait a minute, something's a fluke here. Let's get out of here.
Absolutely.
Because, but they did not read the signs of nature,
Absolutely.
and they couldn't do that because God was actually saying to the animal forces,
That's right.
get up out of here.
That's right. That's right.
Humans could not see that.
That's right. So, God talked to me. God talks to me. That's how God talks to me.
He talks to you through the mathematical equations.
Exactly. That's it here. God talks to me. So, I didn't even go into Riemann. He made deductions. There's a G2J in here, which is part and parcel of the Riemann, the Gagut lifesaver. Lifesaver is to determine all the GIJs to cure all the diseases. And I mean exactly, not approximately. Exactly. You determine that, like, we're seeing a situation where a young man has a blockage problem. They can't. Do you understand me? A blockage, stomach blockage problem. They thought it was cancer. So we determine the GIJ for it. We gave him the material. Instantly, totally gone. Immediately. Another person had a condition that university teaching hospitals here on Long Island could not even diagnose. They couldn't even diagnose. They kept the person for 12 days or 2 weeks or somewhere, 10 days. And they threw their hands up. They said, no, this is too complicated. We have no clue what it is. They came to Gagut.
Now, can I explore a little bit with that?
I think you're not thinking in the same terms. Go ahead.
Now, can the present machines, MRIs, X-ray, all that, how do then you determine the status of the organ and what needs to be done gagutedly to bring about the cure? If I can ask you that.
Yes, you can. Of course you can. Your problem is being able to have the energy to listen to me. Now, I was given the GIJ. I was given the GIJ for the stomach blockage, and the one that the hospital couldn't diagnose. And the thing that made it critical was, they said, well, because we couldn't diagnose it, it was a black person. Therefore, we're going to use every kind of test drugs. As cancerous as they did that had never been tested before, they will pour it into him and see if it works.
Guinea pig.
Guinea pig. Which is another way of saying,
Guesswork.
no, it's worse than that. You've given them a license to kill the person. They will dose him up with this thing here because they say, look, we're trying to see if it would work. So this person, in fact, had gotten a death sentence because, plus, if you're told they don't know what is wrong with you and you know it's a real situation, what's your hope?
Yeah.
So therefore, when the person came, then we had to actually find a GIJ. Every truth about health, medicine, science, history. See, chemistry was decoded from Gagut. Chemistry, as the meaning of the mystery of the ancient Africans, came out of Gagut. And as soon as it came out, it became popular globally. Because you can't touch it. Chemistry, break the word down into two parts. You have chem, as in chemet, and mystery, obvious.
What you were saying earlier, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, go.
What you were saying earlier about the guinea pig experiment, they're just throwing everything, don't know what they're doing. I says, anybody who ever studied astronomy
Yes.
They got a nice term for that. It's called singularity. That's when something happens where you can't explain it, you can't quantify it, you can't measure it, you don't know what to make of it. You just say it's a singularity.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes, right. That's right.
I saw you were challenged and what was it? On singularity when we was in Nigeria.
Oh,
one
yeah.
of the universities.
That's right.
University.
Absolutely.
Big university, one of the biggest.
Yes, it could be Ibadan or ABU.
It was Ibadan.
Okay, and singularity. In other words, this is a singular development. No human being ever thought this was going to happen in this generation. Nobody even thought it was going to happen on the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the entire universe.
Mm-hmm.
That is in ether. The goggle is, oh man, the goggle is eta sub n, which is G N J X I S X J to the power n plus 1.
I think I've seen that somewhere.
You must have. Only from Gagut.
I must have read in one of your books.
Oh, of course, you know. NJ XJ. This is the entire goggle that God fitted in my brains. This is the totality of intelligence.
Mm.
This is what God planted in my head.
That's probably what I saw in your book.
That's right. This is the totality of intelligence. So you ask me, how did I find the thing for disease?
Yeah, how do you find that cure?
Intelligence is from here. This GNJ is the constitution of anything in the universe.
Mm-hmm. The constitution of a thing.
That means the content. What's the nature of the thing? Cancer, the geometry of the curves,
mm-hmm.
to history,
mm-hmm.
to geography, to animals.
All knowledge.
All knowledge. Your GIJ, I can see the boundary is very simple. Just like any other, it's a characteristic. It's a GIJ. GIJ is a space-time. Continuum. Peace and I see the whole universe through this here. This is intelligence. This is the intelligence, the understanding of reality. That's all of it. There's nothing more. I have all of that. I know what you're capable of doing. That's why I seem to get hold of you.
And there is a piece of mathematics and part of physics called characteristic functions.
That is characteristic function.
Mm-hmm.
But the characteristic function here is so broad that it doesn't matter what material, what dynamics you're applying to it, whether it's disease, a stomach problem, mm-hmm. you just need to build the invariants of that's in the constitution of that system. That's the only difference. Otherwise, it's all space-time. This is space-time right here. Therefore, this is the totality of understanding because you've generalized the constitution of everything, G and J. That's what is in my head. There's nothing left out. Therefore, there's nothing that I can't see. I see the entire universe. The whole solar systems are all in here.
Right.
The whole solar systems are all in here.
Right.
The planet is in here. Mm-hmm. If gravity is in here, when n is 1, in terms of, that's what, in terms of the solar system. The solar system is n is equal to 1.
Gotcha. Now, again, for the sake of our listening or a viewing audience, how you correlate this equation with this?
This is the fundamental solutions. Okay, in effect, this is God. This is God. Mm-hmm. This is the reality.
Mathematically.
The reality of God, mm-hmm. and everything that God created.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the understanding of the totality of everything that's real, that's God. Reality is God. So therefore, all that has been planted in my head, I can see everything, the solar system, the galaxies. Do you understand me? The ones that are beyond a trillion light years, they're all in my head. I don't need a telescope. I see it, you tell me, you don't need rockets to go that way. That's even an illusion, the whole traveling and all these other things.
What did I say yesterday? What did I say yesterday?
About the world that is being planted in the minds.
This is what?
Illusion.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. That's what you said. Yeah.
It's an illusion.
Because God is and what He does remain constant.
That's right.
But what man devises on top of that is a pigment of his imagination.
That's right.
The
Yeah.
reality is God.
That's right.
Remember we was talking about on the porch yesterday?
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yeah, their pigment. That's why I said you said something about world. I call it pseudo world because that's a person's perception of what exists, which is totally divergent from what actually exists.
That's right. That's right. Now, this is intelligence, understanding of reality, understanding of reality, and precise exactly. Understand reality exactly. Now, it's here, it can be more exact. It's a general solution, characteristic solution.
Right.
The people who were bragging all this is eta sub 1, but it's a very tiny piece. Eta sub 1, that's R. The X here is a general law of space-time. When it is 2, you have R, because to be squared, that is n will be 1, it will be 2, so x squared. So x squared plus y squared plus z squared, that will give you r squared.
Right.
That is what Newton did. It's only one tiny little bit. One out of uncountable. That's what made the Europeans the kings of the world. That's what made Einstein, Newton. This one is eta sub 0.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's eta sub 0.
That makes sense.
That's eta sub 0. I can see that from eta sub 0 and all that to eta sub infinity. There's no end. Therefore, God has implanted in my head the ultimate intelligence that can be surpassed. Let me go over that again. This is the ultimate intelligence here, because n can go to infinity, absolute infinity. There's nothing that's left out.
Actually, that makes sense, because if you're saying that this n equals 0 makes r, this means that you divide it by 0, which blows that up to infinity. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay? Now that's, in other words, you see, power only comes from the Creator. Intelligence is the real power. Intelligence is the real power. So the camouflage of exploding bomb in people's faces and destroying them is a very nasty, dumb way to show that you are intelligent.
Agreed.
Agreed. But that is, it is their goal to say, if I design better bomb, I'm more intelligent, therefore I'm closer to God. This is what decides who is closer to God.
Interesting.
Now, I just did not want to leave some things.
Don't leave anything.
Answered.
Don't leave anything.
But we were talking about the two-dimensional photograph. You
Yeah,
never gave the
yeah.
answer to what you did. And
No.
Before you
The
ask a
outcome.
10-second question real quick?
Yeah.
Just real quick, before this is my last question on this. I want to play the devil's advocate for a second.
Yes.
What if n is -1? How do you quantify that?
that becomes the invariant itself.
Okay. Okay, makes
That
sense.
becomes the invariant itself. Okay, so you're left with the invariance here. This drops out of the thing here, and you're left with. And it's similar to Professor in ABU.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Not Singh, the one that was working with Singh, the black man.
I forget his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay. He has a similar.
Okay, continue your question. I just want to just play the devil advocate. 10 seconds.
I just because we had asked it earlier, and we never came up with a complete answer of what you did in terms of transforming the two-dimensional holograph to a three-dimensional. And what did that bring about?
Well, it was the journey of Gagut. That was in 85. I was invited. That's what's amazing. I was invited to Germany in 1985. I had no idea that it was a pilgrimage. It was a holy trip. Listen, every second of that trip, I could feel the Creator. I was in the Lufthansa airline, and they were playing Michael Jackson, not my favorite country black person, but he was doing a thing with a British singer, and the song was so spiritual. No, actually, I've not been judged. This was Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, okay.
That's one of my favorite groups.
Yes, absolutely.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, and he was doing something with a British person, and there was so much vibration that was just coming in, and I was listening to. They played it to Europe and to Africa. It was something. But anyway, I was invited to Germany after they heard about the hologram. First, the transformation was 2 dimensions unsteady, meaning time dependent. And Germans were flabbergasted. Wow, that is 3 dimensions. 2 space and 1 time. What kind of man is this person that has defied Molenbeek? So I was called in to face the music, so to speak, to face them over there and show how I could prove that holograph could be done in 3 dimensions. So I came in now. It was a prestigious lecture in a university called University of Aachen. Aachen.
You want me to erase something on there?
Yeah, but I still want to talk some more. A-C-H-A-N. Aachen, E-N. Aachen. Aachen was the headquarters of Charlemagne, the emperor of the Roman or whatever empire. It's a very clean city and so on. And Aachen was only second to Göttingen in the hierarchy of the universities. It's up there with Berlin and all that, And but anyway, so I was invited there, and then, of all these legendary mathematicians from Göttingen, okay, so in 1985, as a matter of fact, these were the legends of the German applied mathematicians or aeronautics types, who were in it. About 500 of them were selected, and I was the central focus, literally. So each one had 1 lecture to deliver. You go face these people, and you're on your own. Okay? So the selection was so big that 500 was all they would accept, because it was a demand for the whole thing. NASA was in on it. The Cold War was still in, but I remember trying to prepare my lectures, and I was getting warnings and callings from the CIA and the Defense Department, and saying, well, look, you can't put that in your presentation. And I was in a facility where they had a lot of control, so I can imagine how they could see the thing, but it was anyway, so got in there. No, I was the only one. I had the highest lectures to deliver. I was asked to deliver 3 lectures where people couldn't get one.
That's saying a lot.
The volume has been highlighted on the YouTube, on the internet recently. People couldn't get in a co-authorship to get one lecture because it was so prestigious. I had 3 lectures. One of them was the photograph. So I walk in there, and the only black man in the audience, naturally. And a guy called Otto, he introduced me. Otto, O-T-T-O. And he said, yeah, well, you know, I have to tell you, he says, this noted American mathematician set a record, or had a record of publishing journal articles in the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics Journal. More journal papers in 1983 than any other professor or person on the planet. That's not something that you could just fool around with. It's recorded. The tallying is done in the volume, the December issue of the journal. Go on the internet, you find that out. It's a public record. Oyibo published more than any other person. Any other Harvard professor, any other MIT professor, any other Göttingen professor, any other Cambridge professor, any other Leningrad, anybody. Oyibo published more. Nobody even recalled him. So he made that point. He says, but I have to tell you again, in this highly selective lecture presentation, he has more lectures to deliver than any other person. He did it again. And of course, this SS looking guy is like, they were disgusted like hell. Now the hall was so big and so large, it's like I said to myself, if anything happened to me in this hall, no black person would know, my family would not know what happened. It was so scary. But I went, presented the photograph on the others and defended the stuff. And they were shocked, to say the least. So anyway, got on the plane, I went home to Nigeria. And then Lufthansa, and I came home and I surprised my parents. My father it was my last meeting with my father. So I bumped into the house, and my father was standing, leaning on the wall, in extreme pain with prostate cancer. And they said he was crying when I came. But my father is a black man, the one that scares, some of these KKK types. His demeanor scares them. They see him around, and he used to say to me, he says, "No, if he ever gets into a situation where he has a fist fight with any of those folks, he says, if he grip them, they will bleed to death." And sure enough, when they call people niggers, and now my father walks in there, they had a story building, and they see my father driving, they come down, say, yes. And fool around with my father. And you understand me? Now for a person like that to cry, that's how I got the sense of what the pain of cancer is like. So anyway, so I came in, and then as soon as he saw me, he said, "How do? Where are you from? What's going on?" And the crying stopped. He got off the wall and, what's going on? What happened? So, well, look, that I was asked to come and deliver a lecture in Germany. What did you do? A lecture on mathematics. What kind of audience? Well, the university professors. I said, In other words, you're telling me that you actually went into Germany to teach the German superior mathematicians mathematics? And I said, that's pretty much it. I delivered 3 lectures. He jumped up and began to dance. And then, of course, the rest of the crowd who were in there, who were coming to say, well, what in the world is going on? Everybody was, this is the man who was crying before. So they began to theorize, well, gee, he must have brought in some millions of dollars for him. After all, here's a person who is sick, who needs to pay bills. But I already knew, because when I wanted to bring him to Sloan Kettering, he said to me, he wasn't that sick. He was not that sick to come to Sloan Kettering, he said to me. But so, how much money did it bring to you that you stopped crying and now you're dancing with all the pain? And he said to them, he said, you have no idea. What he brought from me is much more than any amount of money. The professor from Ibadan read that story in the introduction to Ibadan. Yeah. He read the whole article. Right. The CIA agents were there. On film. Yeah. And the CIA, they were disgusted. They tried to do everything, but because it was a sister, they couldn't push it openly. Do you understand me? They couldn't stop because she was taking her time. If you remember, she would pause and look at the audience. And it was taking like 20 minutes though for the introduction. Right. But that's what was happening to my father. So he said the money that was given, the equivalent of a black man going to Germany to teach the Germans of the German Berlin Conference and all these other things was, he said, son, I am ready to go. But before that, I was a basket case. I couldn't possibly think of, you understand, ever parting with my father. But when he said that, it gave me courage. It gave me such a relief that, you understand, because it says one of the major goals was accomplished. That God was able to reveal to the Germans, black people are superior. So that's how that kind of stopped for a moment. And then that was in '85. And the US government was following up on that. The actual formal journal article didn't come out till 1989. The review process takes a long period. The two-dimensional study came out maybe 87 or 88, somewhere there. But the 89 was when the real three spatial dimension came out in 1989. When that happened, 1989, Buglierello, did you meet George Buglierello as the president of Brooklyn Poly? He was a president, in the 80s. George Buglierello.
I heard his name.
Okay.
I graduated in '81.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then you had left. Okay. But anyway, he went to a meeting in Washington D.C. in the government, circles, and some agent confronted him and said, "You from Brooklyn Poly?" The president said, "Yeah." He handed him, "This is a paper from your university." He didn't recognize the paper because he's a president. I'm in the mathematics department. So he said, "Do you know this, your staff?" he remembered me vaguely. They handed him a version of the paper that was printed in the style of the intelligence community. It was not a regular journal.
You say intelligence, like that's a CIA type intelligence?
That's my point. That's exactly.
That's what I'm sure.
The things were in italics and so on and so forth. It was well coded and everything else.
Okay.
But you still can read the content because it was this. So they handed him the copy. So when he came, he made a copy of that. I had already the AIW journal, which is a regular print. So what's going on? Two different prints of the same paper. So I knew something was happening. Because it's the key to the supersonic bombers and fighters and all that.
That's what I wanted to ask you. What did that, what did breaking that two-dimensional to three-dimensional, what was the results of it? I had been told that your work had literally revolutionized the supersonic wing design.
Absolutely.
And that you were, because of that, responsible for a whole new arsenal of fighter jets.
Some of them are highly classified. Eventually, as a matter of during that time, I was a consultant to classified dynamics. Top clearance and all that. But only recently had Pentagon started releasing some of that work. The reports on those work. Some even ended up in Hanover, near Göttingen, for its secret work. There can't be any modern aircraft design that will not take advantage of my work. It's not possible. So everything that has been new in aeronautics, in terms of the design and production of sophisticated airplanes, had to use the holograph style of development. Because what God did through the three-dimensional holograph was to bring in the finiteness that was not available before to people in terms of the actual design process. But it was through that process that I was engaging Professor Paul Garabedian, who had taken the holograph to a very high level. He earned my respect. Paul Garabedian, do you understand me? I read his paper. Of course, he's much older than myself. Now, here's a person who got a PhD in mathematics from Harvard under a Nobel laureate equivalent at 20 years old, 28, before he was, by the middle of 48, he had already obtained his PhD. That was before his 21st birthday. So he was 20 when he got his PhD from a Nobel laureate. A Nobel laureate, they don't give Nobel for mathematics, they give field medals. Now, that's one thing that you're going to get into in this development. Now, so therefore, but from Harvard, he went on to Berkeley and ended up heading the mathematics department at Stanford University. He actually developed the mathematics department at Harvard, at Stanford University.
At Stanford University.
That's correct. They consider it number one, even better than Harvard. They're the Harvard of the West. It was Garabedian that established the mathematics department over there.
What was his relationship with you?
Well, when they heard about the two-dimensional holograph, Garabedian was the best authority on holograph, the two-dimensional holograph globally, because of his fine mathematics. I read his paper and I was blown away because he taught my language. He was a fine mathematician. a fine mathematician. I couldn't say that of a lot of people. He was a fine mathematician. When I read his piece, in other words, he did holograph in a way that made sense to me, was mathematical. But it was, and he tried to extend it to the 3 dimension, and he wasn't successful. That was the other part. In fact, one of his students, can you go on our website quickly? And I will go on, because you want a little bit on the holograph, it's important. Go on our website, and we're going to look for one of his students was a person you may be familiar with. But go ahead, go on. Gagut.org. Just put Gagut on the Google. Just put Gagut and hit it. It probably should come up. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Click on that. Okay. Yeah. Go. Okay. Now that's all right. Yeah. Keep on going down. And then I'd like you to see. Okay. That's the equation and so on. But go down. Okay. Now let's down to the bottom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a rap by. I don't want you to, but when you get a chance, you need to listen to that rap.
You do now.
Okay. Good.
It's only 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yes.
Is that so
much?
How long? 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Skip. There you go.
That's shooting out of their waves. That's the buildup of their fire. Which is the next called atom. Yeah. 10 to the minus 33 centimeters in space. 10 minus 43 seconds, that is time. If you want to see the last of the true, look at my face. If you want to crack the mysteries of life, study this rhyme. Everything you see is a molecular structure. Your clothes, your home, your mother, your brother. Molecules make up everything we senses matter. Everything molecular, even you rappers. Molecules are made by atoms coming together. Some molecule structures are soft, others tougher than leather. Whatever, the molecular structure of things come from the atomic structure of things. Now you gotta hear what I bring and what I sing clearly. We going through levels of string theory, but don't mind me, I'm just shining my light. True master got beats, so I'm a rhyme on this mic. 22 years rocking, something gotta be right. I'm not a crook, I'm more the archaeologist type. Digging for truth, aboriginal, passing the pipe. Peacemaker, street savior, KRS-One is life. I got the feeling for fearlessly fighting fascism. I raise my voice against racism and classism. You can keep your fast living, I pass prison. Talk that shit, you get hit with an ass whipping. I stand with a protest sign. I'm not known for crime, I'm known to hold mine with a chrome 9 elements. At this level, money is irrelevant. I'm making you more intelligent, and that's the end of it. If you gave the Asian African scrap metal, okay? Yeah. They will transform that into gold. Teacher, philosopher, mystic, scholar, don't get it twisted. We gets that dollar, holla. This K will slay. Back in the day and today, yes, I do bring drama. I'm a builder, I'm a get iller. I'm a professional without the milk or Matilda. When I'm on the scene, it's clear. The streets salute Chris with AR-15s in the air. Who you think I'm teaching? The conscious don't need to be taught. I'm talking to my dudes going to court. Them thugs in them strip clubs, goons in the back rooms. Real gangsters wondering when you coming back soon. Y'all little dudes is fakers. Y'all know money's made of cotton. So why you chasing paper? I'm not a hater. Hate is whack, no doubt. I'm a lover. And I love taking whack rappers out. So let's get to it. You youngins need a spanking. And in a few years, you're gonna be giving me a thanking. Thank you, big brother. Can I have another? You can't play your rhymes for your mother. Every time I see another chick showing an ass for money, I holler, where your father, honey? What kind of childhood would produce an adult like that? It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. So why we holding ourselves back too? Yo, heaven got me, but really does hell have you? I'm speaking the truth. The
That's KRS-One. Now he's helping to teach the young brothers and sisters on the street. And as a result, brothers and sisters are now coming around and gathering groups and say they are Dr. Oyibo.
That's great. That's the image.
Absolutely.
That's the new image.
They're Dr. Oyibo.
Yeah, that's the
you
perception.
you don't mess with them.
Yeah.
And the message here is really the message of Gaga. Respect. Respect for the black race. Because the black race is now it.
All right.
You can see that emergence coming through.
Yeah.
That's where we are right now. That's what this represents. In other words, this makes the black race the chosen race. Because by their own judgment, this made Newton a member of a chosen race. This make the Jewish people members. All right. This is the totality. So if you say 1, 2, when you have infinite, it's out of the question.
That's right.
It's case closed. There's nothing else. But what is so painful is that the doors are closed for any other variation. Only the Almighty God. And if God decide to change, of course, that's after. But based on the reality of the current, because as long as it's still the truth and reality, there is no reality that's out of this here. And the fundamental way that you could visualize that reality is this. So you got in a piece of the, I wanted to show you, go back to the website and then hit the window. Go back to the window.
Paul Garabin.
I wanted to, okay. No. Okay, okay, go, I think you may go backward. Okay. All right, okay, now just click anywhere on that page and to take you to the inside. Just hit enter. Okay, go down. Is it responding?
It's already to the bottom. We'll go up.
But you're supposed to get you, as I say, click on to enter the website. Okay. Now, you're going to look for the nomination letters.
Very important. I'm glad you're doing that. Read a few of those if you don't mind, especially one from
Lutyens. You want to read Lutyens.
Lutyens. The brother from Virginia State.
Okay, that's right. Look for nomination letters.
Letters to presidents.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Lord, how can I have done that?
Okay, no, you need to go. It's up. We've gone past it. Okay.
We start over.
Yeah. Okay.
Nobel Prize number?
Yes, that's right. Actually presidential. Okay, that's probably okay. You're looking. Okay, support letters from George Handelman, Washington Professor. Okay, there are other support letters from Professor Ivan Prish. Keep on going. Okay, support letter from Professor John DeGange. That's MIT, of course. Okay, keep on going. Here's this one.
Hold on, start again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, we shouldn't be rushing, Minister Brown. He can go over it again.
Okay.
He wants to.
From the beginning.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, maybe I'll give you an introduction in terms of the connectivity between Professor Garabedian and I is summarized by his student. That's his PhD student, that Professor Garabedian's PhD student. Okay, at the Quran Institute. He got his PhD in mathematics from Quran Institute. That's David Korn. Okay? That's the Quran that which we were talking about before. A student of David Hilbert headed that institute, and Garabedian was a professor. When he left Stanford, he came into the Quran, and they gave him a big dynamic. So he's recounting his encounter with me through his thesis advisor, Professor Garabedian. Okay, so that's what you have in there. So, yeah. Okay, so you want the piece of the holograph? That's it. You know, that's
Hold
it.
on.
Yeah. It's formatted into this.
Yeah. Okay. No, don't be in a hurry. You know.
We're ready.
How would you define the hologram?
Yes. Holograph is space. Holograph is a kind of space. A space that instead of using space-time, you use velocity space. You know, and that, you know, comes back to Gagut again. What's important is to use orthogonal components of things. Velocities have orthogonal components. So you don't have to use space-time orthogonal components only. You can, there are times where you could use the velocity. That's when you use the velocity, then that physics or that description becomes a holograph, you know, holograph description of things. You understand now? Okay, so therefore, now, so this is a fluid application to fluid mechanics or transonic flow, where the equations become linear in the holograph space in 2 dimensions, you know. So therefore it becomes a good tool, because linear equations are the only equations that can be tracked and understood by human system. When you use computer, there are drawbacks in computer, although the computer can do it, but you can't easily study the trend, as, you know, in other words, the difference between y is equal to ax and somebody just plotting so many points on the line itself, you know, where you still be accurate and everything, but for you to see the physics, you have to do a lot of computations, you know, for you to see, because if you take a segment, an equation may look different from you know, what you expect it, you know, being. If you narrow your interval, your range or your interval, it could look like a straight line. It might be just a segment of a parabola.
True.
So therefore, there's no substitute for the kind of equation like here. See, that's why I have to emphasize this, and I'm going to return back to this here, because there are a lot of, you know, things that are going to be misunderstood and so on and so forth. So therefore, but when you have equations that are non-linear, they're very hard to deal with. Even when you compute, it's hard to determine the trend. Okay? Now, so, but if they are linear, then they, you know, so if you could transform the design of an airplane into a linear set of equations, it's tremendous progress. Okay? That's the essence of the importance of the holograph. Now, so Molenbeek, like I said, got it rolling, and that's why the Germany trip was very important. And what Dr. Korn, you know, who was a Bell Lab fellow, and then hold a patent for the corn shell that was used, very popular in the 80s and so on and so on. The corn shell, that's after him.
I used to do work on the corn shell.
Exactly.
Say that again?
I used to do work on the corn shell. In fact, what you see on the internet now,
Yes.
I worked on it.
There you go.
I worked on the Unix kernel.
Right.
In fact, we ported to what was called then the MC68000 chip,
Yes.
Motorola chip.
Yeah.
And if you ever looked at what was called Artifact 85, that was a demonstration to the world right outside of Detroit. Right? It was actually in Warren, Michigan. That the world can all the world machines can talk to each other, not in the future, but now. The ISO OSI model,
Right.
I did layer 3 and 4 for that.
Wow.
Okay, of the 8 layers.
And where were you located? Were you located in New Jersey or?
In New Jersey. I was in. We were in Homedale. Then we moved to Lincroft.
I think that's where. If you look at that, what's the address there?
Let me tell you in a second.
Yeah, his address.
In Forum Park.
Okay, that's okay. That's not too far, right, from there.
I forgot what
Okay.
Forum Park is, but looking at the zip code, it ain't too far.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead with your sir. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I was saying that.
Okay.
Or again, we look at the corn shell or
Yes.
the corn shell
Yes.
or whatever
Yes.
application that we use.
Mhm.
Everything can be defined,
Right.
looked at, and interpreted
Right.
by a mathematical equation.
Absolutely. So now you can go ahead and so Professor Garabedian's student,
Mhm.
a famous mathematician
Mhm.
and computer scientist himself,
Mhm.
wrote a recommendation letter for the Presidential Medal of Science Award.
Mhm.
That's from what you're reading, and he connects his experience with me through Professor Garabedian.
Mhm.
That's what you're reading. So read that paragraph. So
Okay.
Mr.
Dear Professor Schaefer, I am happy to be writing in support of the nomination of Dr. Gabriel Oyibo for the Presidential Medal of Science. While his record of academic achievement speaks for itself, I want to add a more personalized note related to my area of expertise. I first met Dr. Gabriel Oyibo around 10 years ago. He had contacted me to discuss some extensions that he had made to the work of Dr. Paul Garabedian and myself relating to the design of supercritical wings. I had worked with Dr. Garabedian for around 10 years on this problem, starting with my PhD thesis in the mid-60s. He has been rather successful in the two-dimensional transonic flow problem. We even received a NASA Special Achievement Award for this work. However, after several attempts to extend this work into 3 dimensions, I gave up on this, believing that the method could not be extended. I switched fields to computer science and joined Bell Laboratories, where I later became a Bell Labs Fellow. Dr. Gabriel Oyibo had, in fact, figured out how to extend our work into 3 dimensions. He sent me a paper describing what he had done. To say the least, I was totally impressed. We met and discussed this work in great detail. I am less familiar with much of Dr. Oyibo's other work. However, purely on the basis of his work in transonic aerodynamics, I would recommend Gabriel for the Presidential Medal of Science. And that has been signed once again by David Korn, AT&T Labs.
Yeah, thank you.
That's and if you could also locate Luchen's, letter, okay, then that would be maybe another 3rd letter while we're still on this topic.
You go back up.
Oh, yeah, the nomination, okay, Luchen's, Professor Luchen's.
Maybe you explain who Professor Luchen is while he's looking it up.
Yeah, Professor Luchen's was an aide to Albert Einstein.
Here's it right here. I guess
Okay, yeah.
It's 4 pages.
You read the one for Nobel Prize nomination.
Okay.
And
Here's it right here.
yeah, and she was also my teacher at Rensselaer, a math teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And he will relate. I think you would need the.
Rensselaer's right out here.
Yeah. Okay. So I think but read, it's self-explanatory. I think.
Right. This is written to the committee to nominate Professor Gabriel Oyibo for Nobel Prize. Okay. Dear Professor, how you pronounce your name? Anyuo?
Anyuo, that's correct.
Anyuo, okay. I am delighted to write to support your nomination of Dr. Gabriel A. Oyibo for the Nobel Prize in Physics. My acquaintance with Dr. Gabriel Oyibo began in the late 1970s when he was a graduate student at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He took a complex variable course that I taught and received the grade of A. In this class of talented students, he was outstanding for his creativity, as evidenced by his innovative solutions and his discovery and exploitation of unexpected interdisciplinary relationships and applications. These features continue to be characteristic of his career activities. Of the thousands of students I have encountered in decades of teaching, he was clearly the most creative. At RPI, he worked for 4 years in NASA/AFOSR right? Sponsored research and very effectively taught several courses. It was easy for faculty members to predict that Dr. Oyibo would have an illustrious scientific career. We could not have predicted the extent and depth of the many significant contributions he has made to mathematical physics, mathematics, fluid dynamics, and aerodynamics. He introduced the concept of affine transformation into the fields of aeronautics and aeroelasticity, which is of theoretical importance to researchers and of practical importance to aircraft and aerospace companies around the world. He serves as a consultant to half a dozen such companies. He developed a new hydrograph technique for He developed a new hodograph, technique for determining two-dimensional unsteady flow and three-dimensional flow, using a new analytical and wing design tool. He developed new group theory methods in mathematics and applied them to obtain exact closed-form solutions to the full Navier-Stokes equation and the Reynolds average equations for turbulence, equations that had previously resisted such solutions. He compiled the findings and published them in a research monograph, and he said, entitled New Group Theory for Mathematical Physics, Gas Dynamics, and Turbulence. Using the newly developed group theory methods, he generalized and formulated the unified field theory described in his article and more fully in his recent book, Grand Unified Theorem. That's it.
No, that is a second one, or is that?
Yeah, there's other pages.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, that's the remaining part of it.
Right. The most exciting contribution to me personally is Dr. Oyibo's formulation of Einstein's unified field theory, or the theory of everything. He had presented a lecture, a generalized mathematical proof of Einstein's theory using a new group theory, in March 1995 at a symposium he had organized at RPI as a tribute to Professor George Handelman, and it was published in the proceedings of the symposium that Dr. Oyibo edited. Having met Albert Einstein and having co-authored reports about him, one of which was presented at the Handelman Symposium and published in his proceedings, I am thrilled that Gabriel Oyibo was the first to complete the task that intrigued and challenged Einstein and many other luminaries in science. Moreover, he did so in a mathematically elegant manner. Professor Oyibo's contributions are extremely important, both theoretically and practically. They place him in the ranks of world-class scientists. He is eminently qualified for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Granting of this well-deserved honor to Dr. Oyibo will be celebrated at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and throughout the academic and scientific worlds. Sincerely, Edith H. Lutyens, excuse me.
While we're on that, can you read one more, even though there are many more?
Yeah.
Read the one from Virginia Tech,
okay.
and tell us who he is.
Yeah, Professor Liviu Librescu. And I was hoping that you'll get one from MIT as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but this Liviu Librescu is important for Nobel Prize. It's not too far. Liviu Librescu.
Who was he?
Well, Liviu Librescu was an aeronautics, and a very highly respected, famous aeronautics scientist, okay, from Romania, and he was a Holocaust survivor.
Got it.
Yeah, a Holocaust survivor from Romania. He was a national hero in Romania, and then went on, to Israel, to Tel Aviv University. He's a professor there for many years, and then eventually relocated to Virginia Polytechnic Institute in Blacksburg. And he came across my work in other areas, you know, and found out that we have a common, we shared some of that aspect and so on, and he developed a lot of interest in the work and all that, and came to Blacksburg.
No, didn't he go to Germany to hear you lecture?
Oh no, oh absolutely. He was, I said everybody that was, anybody in aeronautics was there literally, especially in the specific area of error elasticity. He was there. He watched, actually what happened was, when in 1985 he was still in Germany, he was still in Tel Aviv. After having invited me to come to Israel, where the government had some constraints and I couldn't go, he decided to catch up with me in Germany when he knew that I was coming to Germany.
And he headed a delegation.
He headed a delegation there to Germany. Incredibly brilliant man and a very, how can I say, a very nice personality, you know. And so he brought in, because I had a team of researchers in Israel that were waiting for me. But here I am, I couldn't come. They even managed to send a person from Israel to come to meet with me here in America. But that wasn't enough because more people were interested in hearing. So they came and met in Germany, and there were even expressions that it had to take something that was extremely important for a person, especially a Holocaust survivor, even though he was in Romania. Germany was where things were. I think to go back to Germany took a lot of, importance of a thing that would encourage such a trip, But they did come and they met. They enjoyed the presentations, and they gave presentations themselves, and then eventually we sat down and we had a good time talking and so on. So although I couldn't do too much in light of the Cold War, because people asked you to come to sit down so you can drink coffee. The CIA was behind and so on and so forth. You couldn't do things too freely, So anyway, but we had a good time, and then we were face to face because we had never met face to face until that point. So it was a very, how can I say, very high spirit kind of dynamics that, and eventually he will write this recommendation letter for Nobel Prize, and that's who Librescu is. Very, very well-known national hero in Romania and globally. He has written, his articles appeared in like 35 journals. The research articles that he has written, 35 journals. That's even if it was one in each journal, that is already significant stuff, But that's the kind of person we're talking about. Go ahead.
No. Dear Professor Oyibo, okay, I would like to express my highest opinion in regard to the scientific work deployed by Professor Gagut Oyibo for the results obtained by him during the last 2 decades. His papers addressing the problem of the divergence and flutter of super maneuverable aircraft wings made of advanced composite material constitute outstanding pieces of work. In these papers published in the best aeronautical journals in the world, Professor Oyibo has developed and used for the first time the concept of the affine transformation methodology. Among others, its use was instrumental toward establishing a more encompassing and, at the same time, more efficient framework for the study of the conditions of the occurrence of the aeroelastic catastrophic instability phenomenon. Moreover, the use of this new concept was essential toward explaining a number of intricate aeroelastic phenomena related to the flutter and divergence of very low aspect ratio wings, on the effect played in this connection by warping restraint combined with the effects of the elastic coupling induced by the incorporation of the tailoring technique. These issues have generated important results that have been published by Dr. Oyibo in highly reputable aeronautical journals such as the AIAA journal and Journal of Aircraft, and have inspired further developments in this area, accomplished by recognized research workers from the United States of America and abroad. Let me go down and get the next letter.
Okay.
Okay. This continues.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Oyibo's creative mind went further to address very complex issues, and at the same time unresolved problems of an enormous theoretical and practical importance. Among these, the formulation of the three-dimensional holograph methodology solved by Dr. Oyibo consists of transforming the full nonlinear potential transonic flow equations from the physical space into an equivalent linear counterpart, excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze, in the holograph plane. This methodology that has far-reaching beneficial implications was used by Dr. Oyibo to design 3D shock-free wings that operate in a transonic flow field, and also to address intricate problems of the nonlinear quasi-unsteady transonic aerodynamics. However, Dr. Oyibo went further and developed powerful mathematical tools based on group theory, namely of generic group theory, enabling him to investigate in an unitary way and get solutions for the first time of a number of problems in which famous mathematicians and physicists have dedicated their entire life. Among others, these problems are: 1. The exact closed form solutions to the full Navier-Stokes equation. 2. Closed form solutions to the turbulence problems in fluid and gas dynamics. 3. Solutions for the various forms and hierarchies of the Boltzmann's equation. And 4. The formulation of the unified field theory. These studies have been published by Dr. Oyibo and have appeared in the archival literature, and also a monograph describing the mathematical tools that have enabled him to generate these results. I trust that the results obtained by Dr. Oyibo are of utmost importance, and that the powerful mathematical tools developed by him will find many followers from various areas of biomechanics, physics, mathematics, aeronautics, etc. May I heartily congratulate Professor Gabriel Oyibo for all these outstanding scientific accomplishments that will undoubtedly enrich the treasure of the literature in physics, mathematics, and all interactive related fields, and wish him further successes in his creative scientific activities. Sincerely yours, Dr. Liviu Lebrascu. Liviu Lebrascu, Professor of Engineering and Science and Mathematics, Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, College of Engineering, ESM Department, Blacksburg, Virginia.
And he eventually became the hero of the VI massacre. He was assassinated in Virginia Polytechnic. Mysteriously about it.
Wow, he no mysterious about it. Somebody wanted him dead.
I see. Okay, then try John DeGungi. Let's get MIT in, because there's a need for our people to understand that Obama has some responsibility here. Recommendations for Presidential Medal of Science, the president is supposed to give that award.
Okay.
And when this kind of people, John DeGungi is from MIT.
MIT,
Yeah, and John DeGungi will rank among the top 10 biggest names to ever come out of MIT. But it's enough to expect when Massachusetts Institute of Technology recommends a person for a prize. I don't think that's
MIT says it's about good as done.
So that's what Obama needs to, and the pressure on our people need to to go to the president and say, look, what else are you looking for? I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
is the whole process real? I mean, where else do you want a recommendation for a black person for them to get the Presidential Medal of Science that has never been won by a black person?
Right. Let me also say that in all of the East Coast, MIT is the top rated school for engineering.
Oh, of course.
Polytech was number 2, but MIT is number one.
Absolutely, no question about it. It's not even just the East Coast. I mean, there are no, you understand, globally, really.
But see, I only know about the East Coast.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
You travel worldwide.
Oh, yeah.
My travel has been across the East Coast.
Oh, yeah. No, MIT is, as far as engineering goes now, a couple of places only, because they rank MIT number 4 worldwide. I mean, among all universities, that's everything taken into account. Okay, that's what we're talking about. But you know the engineer because you know, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is from John Dugunji.
Dugunji. Yes,
Did
professor of
you tell us
aeronautics.
who he is? Oh,
yes.
you did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just said it. He, the aeronautics department was always almost number 1 in the world. In light of America has more money and so on and so, except Göttingen, of course, but certainly in America, okay? But the people that shaped that legacy included John Dugunji, okay? John Dugunji and Holt Ashley and a guy called Bisplinghoff. Those were some of the top names, in the era of, let's say, 70s or 60s, maybe even 50s, the aerospace with the whole program of trying to land on the moon gave aerospace some special focus. So a lot of talents were forced and channeled into that area. And MIT took the leading. There was a time MIT was doing business to the tune of $2 billion in the 80s.
Wow.
Early 80s, $2 billion business with the United States government. $2 billion. Most of the Fortune 500 didn't have that much money, okay? So MIT as a university, so now the people who were the center of that, of course, that's broadly the whole fields, but the aerospace had a major part of that, Lincoln University, Lincoln Labs and so on. So the people that helped shape that reputation of MIT include John Dugunji. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. He's professor of aeronautics and aeronautics and astronautics.
Yes.
Emeritus.
Emeritus.
Right. Dear Professor Schaefer, I am writing in response to your request concerning Professor Gabriel Oyibo, who was being considered for nomination for the Presidential Medal of Science. I have worked in the area of aeroelasticity and composite material structures over the years and am now retired. Let me scroll up a little bit. I first met Professor Oyibo back in 1986 at the AIAA Structural Dynamics Symposium, where he was presenting some interesting analysis of composite material structures. Earlier, at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, he and his PhD thesis advisor, Professor Eugene Brunel, had devised a concept of using affine transformations, scaling the variables, to solve orthotropic, thank you, tongue twister that. Orthotropic composite structures problems. He then applied them to very neatly reformulate problems in buckling, vibration, panel flutter, and aeroelastic response of composite plates and wings. Also, he dealt with other static and dynamic problems in aeroelasticity. He became well known in the academic aeroelastic community, and I had talked with him about some mutual aeroelastic problems over the years. He seemed to me to be a capable scholar and an enthusiastic supporter of composite aeroelastic problems and problems with mathematical twists to them. During the last decade, Professor Oyibo turned his attention to fluid dynamics and making use of affine transformations and the hodograph technique for solving fluid flow equations and transonic flow problems. Thank you. Also, he turned his attention to fundamental problems of physics. I am not competent to judge his work in these areas. In the previous composites and aeroelastic area, he wrote some good, useful papers with his affine transformation in the mid to late 80s. Professor Oyibo seems an intelligent, scholarly fellow with a pleasant, affable personality. I believe from aeroelastic and composite structure side, his work will be a great asset in consideration of a presidential medal of science. Sincerely, John Dugunji,
Yes.
Professor of Aeronautics and Astronautics Emeritus.
That's right.
Two tongue twisters there.
Right. Now that is MIT, you know, so you have two things there. You have one of the most eminent scholar in the field in terms of Dugunji. I rank him top 10 from MIT at least. And then MIT itself, which is the worst ranking it gets is number 4 worldwide. Yeah, it's MIT, science and technology, you can't beat it. He can't go better. So MIT recommends a black person for a prize that no black person has ever won before.
Right.
The best institution recommends a black person for a prize that has never been won for a black person, and you have a black president in office. What is the excuse of not giving that prize?
Right.
That's the part of the dynamics. And I hope that we've done a little bit on that, because I need to move on to this one here, because this is the current. These are preliminary. These are things are important. I know you need to bring up people to speed, but this is where the real focus is.
Right.
Those were warm-ups and little tiny applications. As good as they sound, this is the real stuff. Because all those other things that were done before are in here. All that was done by anybody is in here. And all that will be done by anybody is in here. So, this is therefore God's signature. This is a God's signature. Without God's signature, it is impossible to do anything perfectly correct.
I agree with you. Correct. I don't want to be redundant in your words. I agree with you.
But the God signature is further emphasized by doing everything perfectly correct. Everything. To know something, everything perfectly correct.
And only God can do something perfectly correct.
That's right.
Only God can do something perfectly correct.
So the message is a message of God. Infallibly.
How does Gagut change the world as we now know it? How does this relate to black people and their leadership and the world that they can now bring into being?
Okay.
Through their leadership.
Right. Well, for that, we start from here. Equations is what grades people in terms of put people in their place. GM1, M2 is equal to FR squared, put the Europeans in the top place in the world, rank them the best, closer to God because of this revolution than the rest of the world. The MC squared proved that the Jewish people could not be left out of God, especially since this was done in a European setting, that they are connected with the rest Europeans, even though they may be Jews, because they have their own contribution as well. Credible because it's an equation that is correct. This one has credibility because it's correct. The only source for anything that is correct is the Almighty God. Now, so with that at the back of your minds, then you see something that is perfectly correct and is the totality. These are approximations. The thing is so overwhelming that this is, do you understand me? This approximation, the correct approximately, or with constraints, okay? Mm-hmm. This all applies to certain dimensions. It doesn't go too far. It's constrained. Okay, this is also constrained in number and size. This has no constraint whatsoever, both in number and in size. Therefore, it gives me, God planted in my brains, the totality of understanding, the totality of intelligence. Mm-hmm. As a black man. The message is God felt God has had enough of tampering with his order. He gave them Imhotep, a so-called polymath. Mm-hmm. Polymath.
I got it.
I see. What people did was, since time had transpired, they took the position of, okay, is their word versus our word. They can paint Imhotep black. That's what Ampin had been trying to deal with. Those in Oakland, California, Brother Ampin. In terms of they go and deface the monuments and say, well, this was non-black. Do you understand me? Mm-hmm. God did that. It was God's order that we came out the way we came out. Carver did, Booker T. Washington did, said, look, this is really we. Set up a university without any money. Even when they were giving money to abandon the project, they ignored it. Instead, they went into a dumping site to look, as I told you before, to pick broken lab tools to go and use in their lab, and still did miracles and did black magic with broken lab equipment. And still it wasn't understood. So God said, I'm going to come with a final order. This is the final order. Mm-hmm. Final order is a black man has been ordained with the ultimate intelligence that can't be surpassed. That's how God does. That's God's way, God's signature. In that way, past, present, and future is covered. So you can't say things are in the past anymore, and therefore it's one person's word versus the other. It's happening currently. There can never be any equations that will be outside of this equation, currently or in the future. It's not possible. The only way that can happen is if it is not an equation or it's not a theorem. Mm-hmm. So you guessed properly right when you said, yeah, Riemann hypothesis C. Of course, Riemann hypothesis, go to Riemann. Let's branch out a little bit. Let's read a little bit on Riemann. Okay? So, therefore, but because, Professor, the black race shares the genes of Professor Oyibo. Wow. Oyibo becomes just a little tool. It becomes a little tool for the God's order on a race that has been tormented, that has been, dislocated, terrorized, abused, disrespected for 2,500 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, therefore, that's how God spelled out God's feelings about the displeasure God has had with that, horror.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so therefore, now when the thing came out in 1990, see, I was ordered did you see the Riemann? Oh no, not Riemann hypothesis, just Riemann. Bernard Riemann, first of all. Unless they give a little bit,
They got some on this hypothesis.
Oh, okay. No. Riemann, Bernard Riemann, his person.
Okay.
Just put Bernard Riemann. We want to get a little bit on his person, and then the hypothesis, So that is the message in terms of, okay, this is the final order, God's order.
Mm-hmm.
Because black people share the genes of Professor Oyibo, undisputed king of intelligence, past, present, and the future, because he has an understanding of everything, like I showed you here. See, where is the position for modesty here?
What is the position of the modesty?
Modesty. What I mean, does modesty come in here?
No, you can't be modest when you're talking about reality.
Give me 5. Because you want to be modest, you have to lie. Is that real? I mean, is that God? Is that what God wants you to do?
Yeah, that's not truthful.
That's right. So therefore, if modesty means telling a lie, especially on this kind of topic,
mm-hmm.
then who needs modesty?
Correct. Correct.
So it's not an issue of modesty. And in fact, in the Bible,
mm-hmm.
you know where I'm going, right?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Until you could eat my flesh. Until you could drink my blood.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know where. Is that modesty?
No.
Where did modesty come into that kind of situation? What use is modesty then, if that is true?
Right.
Therefore, you can't go to the doctor and say you're modest, therefore you don't tell the doctor what you have or what you're there for.
So you never get healed from your sickness.
All right. So therefore, that has to be put in place, because people who are going to be hearing this are going to say all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And but the level that we're talking about is God's level.
Mm-hmm.
God has no modesty in God's vocabulary.
Correct.
This is what God talked. That's what. So if you're talking about God's order,
but let me also say that God is everything but modest.
Thank you very much, because you have to tell the truth. That is a new lesson that must be learned. And somebody who coined up the word modesty was targeting black people. That has now been ended. See, even if you try to so-called grow modest, meaning you're going to lie, this year you can't succeed. I told Minister Brown to write every equation that he can think of. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
All of them come out of Gij, comma J equals 0.
I see.
You proved it. You solved it. With Gij, comma J equals 0.
Past, present, and the future. That's what's in here. So a black man had been ordained. Now it's only none of us has any power.
Mm-hmm.
The power comes from the Creator.
Correct.
Every power, every real power comes from the Creator. Every intelligence comes from the Creator. Everything that we have. So therefore, when God gives, as a matter of fact, the word for, and I don't know how much time I have, but maybe I can't go into that, but I would have explained what the word respect is in a Gala language.
Is in what?
Gala language, G-A-L-A, as the Galas and the Gitches.
Okay.
Yes. Gala language. Translated, it means, it's called Ojima. I think I need to put that in quickly. Yes.
You want me to raise something?
Oh God, but there's so many things here that I need to preserve. Okay, let me erase this one here. And I'll try to be quick because I really want to go to the main point. Okay. Now, Ojima Okay?
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, there are 3 of them. The thing that God ordered in the ancient African philosophy were Uma. Uma. U-M-A. This is not a very important part of it. The keyword is ma. Then Ojima. To live the righteousness according to God's order. Then Ufedo. Okay, this is intelligence. Then this is respect.
You see?
And then this is love.
You also, you also need a new piece of chalk.
Yeah, I get one. This is the essence of existence. Uma, Ojima, and Ufedo. Now, the key word is ma. Ma. That's the Gala word. That's the Gala word for ma means intelligence, which is the source of intelligence is the creator. That's what we're talking about. That's intelligence. Now, ma, actually, it will be 2 A's in the real stuff. A, you know, when the Arabic, this was what it was called in Kemet before Arabs came in. When the Arab came in, they added T. Ma'at. 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 That's Ma'at.
As in my alpha.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And actually, the way the Gala call it will be Ma'ade. Ma'ade. M-A-A-D-E. Something like that. Which means this is intelligence. The there part is the intelligence. So the Arabic, instead of Ma'ade, the Ma'at, is the same word. That is intelligence or knowledge of proven truth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's where mathematics came from. So when the Greeks came, they take Ma'ade, they emphasize it by calling it twice. Ma'ade, Ma'atikos. Ma'ade, Ma'adetikos. So Ma'at, what they had was Ma'at, Ma'atikos. The only thing the Greeks added was this C-O-S. And by the time it got into England, it became mathematics.
Oh, okay. I got it. I see where you're going with this one. Okay.
But it's the original African word, ancient African word. The Gala people, we still speak that today. That's what we call Uma. In the Gala is mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
The young people need to know that mathematics has never been foreign to the black race. It is their vocabulary. The mathematics is their vocabulary. That's what I speak. Being raised up in Ida, I spoke ma. Ma them means intelligence or mathematics. So that's our vocabulary. So, but the essence of life in terms of ma'at life, okay, the ma'at life is ma, the ma'at itself, because that's God. Then ojima again, ma is repeated again. Ma is respect. What is respect? Respect is a glory you give to God, the Almighty God. Just everything here, G-I-J. You give glory to God for giving a creature or an entity the ma, the intelligence.
I follow you.
Glory to God. Because God was so kind to give a creature intelligence. That's what respect is. So, by stripping us of respect, the goal was to make us look like we were worthless. We had no umma, we had no intelligence.
Yes, it was.
And so this is how God responded. God said, to the contrary,
Gotcha.
I will teach you a lesson, the rest, including we black people, a lesson we will never forget. A black man will I will plant into a black man's head all of intelligence without anyone left out. And because you all share his genes, you have been redeclared the most intelligent race. The black race has been declared the most intelligent race, which is where this search, this is where this dynamics were heading. The one that will have more formulas that are outstanding will be the chosen people and the most intelligent race. But this one stopped that whole process because everything is in there. And so
Call from.
hello. So it's God, God, and God. God gives intelligence. Ojima is the glory you give to God for that intelligence. That's respect. When they stole that respect from us, it was a desperate attempt to strip us of our designation by God. That is why God sent this. This cannot be stripped. Minister Brown was worried sick, thinking about this is going to be stolen.
Yes, I was.
You can't steal it. It can't be stolen. It's too big for them. It's like asking an ant to steal this house. The only thing the ant can do is to try to eat it up. It can't pick up the house. What is going to do? Or go roam around the house. It can't do much with it.
You've copyrighted that, right?
Yeah, well, it's copyrighted through the process that we're doing right now, you know, but it brings us to the other point. But so therefore, Ufedo is a soft part of intelligence, the candy part of intelligence. Ufedo. Actually, Ufedo is actually intelligence because it's a respect, a version of respect. You love somebody, that's love. You love somebody. Loving somebody is part of a respect. It's a version of respecting a person. But it has a candy part and a hard part. Our sisters, you know, their power in raising the children is the candy part. It's more of the candy part than usually the father, the male figure, take the hard part, and in combination, the child comes out. So, therefore, that is the essence of godliness. But it's embedded in all this here. Is the truth, is intelligence. It's intelligence. So, the black people then have been certified as the most intelligent race and automatically become the chosen race. So because this is the totality of intelligence, Gij, comma j equals to 0 is the totality of intelligence.
You can take it down.
Yeah, well, I want to look at to show it a little more. When they're trying to place Gagut, it has only one place it can be here. That's where it is. That's word 26. Because it's the totality of mathematics. If you ranking people who've made contributions in mathematics, the totality of mathematics have no other place to be other than the center of the show. Yeah, thank you. And so now, therefore, but it emphasizes that God's calling. In other words, this is a demonstration of the understanding of the God's order. reinstating the black race to global leadership. Being declared the most intelligent and begot God as a result of God being intelligence. God doesn't just have an intelligence. God is intelligence. God is reality. In real space-time. That's a difference. See, I have all intelligence, but I'm not God. I can't be God. Because all that I have was given to me. The one that is intelligent itself in real space-time is the real stuff. Okay, so, but God planted this in my brains. Now, I'll give you a sense of how you understand this. You studied, some mathematics and so on and so forth. The light rays with which you visualize comes in eta sub 0. Eta sub 0. The reflection of that thing that comes into your eyes, and it goes and registers in your brains, and it is interpreted. You're using your eye as a sense to demonstrate intelligence, as in understand reality. That's what intelligence is. That comes from eta sub 0. That's why this is intelligence. The ray that makes the, your actualizing of intelligence possible is here. Can you see that as a mathematician or mathematical scientist? You can see that.
Yeah.
This is the light waves. Light waves come in straight lines, and that's the equation right here. Now, your brain's functionality functions by that transformation. That's a transformation. The tree there reflects the light, and it turns into a picture in your brains. You're able to see it. The picture that you have in your brains is a transformation of that reality.
Correct.
A transformation, a dilation of that reality.
Correct.
That's how your intelligence is demonstrated. Your understanding of that reality is demonstrated through a transformation. This is all the transformation possible. That's number one. The human mind is limited in size, the brains. So you could see this tree, you could see that tree, you could see a couple of things, but you can't see the one behind you. You're limited.
True.
So how is it that I can see everything?
See it in your mind.
Good question.
See it in your mind.
I have eta sub infinity. With eta sub infinity, I could map through extended senses of the mind. I could map infinity objects and points onto one spot in my brain. I could see the universe, galaxies, all of them in my brain. That's the basis of this being a measure of it. Yeah, he will discuss with you everything except Oyibo. And I was telling you that that's an absolute impossibility, because this is Oyibo. That means he doesn't want to talk reality. What kind of, his whole essence is about reality. How do you, there's no life without reality. So the job is all geometry. That's what makes it the power. See, now, what has happened here is God overwhelming Jim Crow. This came from the headquarters of the European supremacy. This document, this is a Göttingen, Gauss year 2005. This happened in Göttingen University, the home of legendary Gauss, along with Hilbert. You still have Hilbert over there. And you were going to pick up Riemann a little while ago. Those three shared something in common. Head of the mathematics department of Göttingen University. They also shared another thing. They're all Germans. Perpetrating the perception the Germans are unbeatable, the foremost intelligence. Gauss was considered the foremost mathematician. Mathematics is the totality. Mathematics is intelligence. That's why this is all mathematics, that's all of intelligence. See, in other words, it is so tight. That's how God forced them to submission. This is a submission, a surrender, unconditional surrender of Jim Crow.
The Göttingen,
yes, that's right. That's a surrender. That is
when they chose.
Right.
When they chose Gagut
as the center. It's a surrender, like in the Second World War surrender. This is a surrender to the black race. It follows of the Jim Crow KKK complex. Surrendered the baton from their runner, Gauss, to representing the European supremacy, to Oyibo for the black race, who had about 10 years before described, along with Professor Henry Clark and Professor Van Setema, as one of the most dreaded black supremacists. It's about supremacy. True. But supremacy is nothing but a claim most of the time that you were the most favored by God. That's all supremacy is all about. It's supposed to be about. God favored you. You are the privileged, kind of people. Chosen. You're the chosen. God loved you more than the others.
Yes. That's what we were talking about yesterday. This chosen.
Chosen. That's what this says. So therefore, but what is more important is it is a God thing, not a personal thing. When God speaks, so now, in other words, they succumb to God's power. Do you understand? They surrender to God's power unconditionally.
That would be nice.
Because Gagut is the totality of God's reality. There's nothing you can, do you understand me? Which is why I keep on cautioning him. You understand? I had to talk to this lady, and she's coming along. She was trying to do the disrespecting, which is a no in African philosophy. No disrespect of the African. So therefore, when the African looked like he was losing his respect, that was the most devastating thing. But the reality was still there. No matter how small it was still there. The African knew that God was sending Gagut. So Africans had to do what had to be done, waiting for Gagut. The problem now, however, is dealing with Gagut now that Gagut is here. What are you going to do now? You can't run now. It's here.
May I ask you a couple questions? I mean, you were talking about the light ways and the mathematics of how all of that is done.
Right.
One of the things I had, I don't know if you looked at that tape, I looked at it again and I was a little disappointed because I hadn't had the conversation with you when I was talking about the mental universe and all of that.
Oh, yeah.
But The one thing I said is that Gagut gives us the mathematics for cold fusion. And cold fusion changes the world as we know it, because from a glass of water you can run New York City for days. But could you speak on cold fusion and on how this is the mathematics that can develop that cold fusion?
Yeah, but it's more than cold fusion, although the analogies that you were talking about in terms of, you know, if you bring people together, that's some kind of fusion. Yes, fusion is a broad sense, a broad terminology for a lot of things that happens, because you start from one piece and you glue them together to form another. So it's using a building block. In that way, it's fusion in general. And some fusions require more energies than others in terms of high temperature and so on and so forth. So cold fusion, see, I told you your problem is being able to listen to me. I'm delivering God news. God news. This is God news. By the way, God does not change. God in God's material and space-time dimensions does not change. The change is zero. God is invariant. That's all there is. Now, so, but I like to deal with the confusion, you know, later on. Let me deal. Göttingen is the summary of that.
Okay.
Because see, everything, every war that has been fought was preparing for this war. Every war that you can conceive was fought fundamentally to decide who is the chosen race. Which race is the chosen race? Which is the most intelligent race?
One that has intelligent equations.
That's right. So right now there should be a celebration every second, for even by everybody else, for God has made that decision. Please ask me questions, like I said in Abuja, if you have any doubts in this message, as one coming from God and the extent of it, what it represents. I want doubts, even if it is small doubt. Germany didn't have any doubts. That is what expressed here. I'm prepared to deal with your doubts. Now, the infallibility is so powerful, so big, as in on the God's level, they couldn't resist it. They put it the only place it could be week 26. Let's look at others around week 26 who were competing for the same position. Read number 24. Who is on number 24?
David Hilbert.
Have you heard that name before?
We just finished
talking about it.
Hilbert.
Yeah? David Hilbert was competing for number 26. He came close. He came very close. He ended up number 24. All right. Let's look at number 23. Well, by the way, David Hilbert was a successor to Gauss, clearly, because he was the head of math department. Did you verify that?
I think we did.
Okay, well, you can always, that's something to do. Now, he was a successor. See, there were three greatest mathematicians I mentioned before, Newton, Euler, and Gauss. Gauss is definitely number one in pure mathematics. Newton might give him an edge in applied mathematics. Euler's in between. Okay, now, so you have a successor to Gauss competing with Gagut for week 26, and he lost out. He became a runner-up at 24. Now, we're also talking in your write-up on the resolution. You said Gagut had the potential of putting black people into the elite group of the G8. You wrote that up. This is the G8 equivalent. They did succeed in putting the black race in the G8 equivalent. All the G8 are here. Number 25 is Russia. The person from Russia. Number 23, you're going to read that. Read who is on number 23.
Alexei Viktorovich Bolsonaro.
Okay.
And Antologies T.
Fomenko. Go check on Fomenko quickly. Quickly. Fomenko comes from the Leninsko system as an Oxbridge, as I mentioned before, in Russia. And so he's like a successor to Euler, one of the three greatest mathematicians, who was sent over to Russia. He was in Leningrad, which is part of the Leninsko. Fomenko. I wish you could have saved. Okay, but anyway, we can get back to the river.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you Fomenko. Wikipedia.
Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Okay. Soviet Russian mathematician.
Okay. Okay. No, not okay. Let's see his position because he needs what is very important.
Yeah, professor at Moscow State University.
Okay. Yeah, Moscow State. That's Leninsko that I mentioned before. So, Leningrad. This is the Harvard of Russia, and Leningrad is the Oxford. So they're together. Now, Euler was in Leningrad, which is part of the Leninsko. The two universities are the same university, just split into two, just like Cambridge and Oxford. Okay, so he was a professor there in the topologies and a full member of Russian Academy of Sciences, supporter of the Vice. Okay, now he was head of department. That's probably what was left out. They probably say that somewhere in the thing here. Okay, go ahead. He was head of department. Okay.
And talk about some mathematical work.
Okay, historical revisionism. Okay, well, okay. Okay, Russian Academy of Sciences. Okay, if there is
Hamiltonian system.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Topological variance of the integral Hamiltonian system.
Okay. No. And head of the differential geometry and application department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Mechanics. Head of.
Right.
Therefore, since Euler sat in a similar position in the Leninsko University, Fomenko is a successor. He sat on the same chair that Euler sat on during his time. Do you understand?
Yes.
So we're looking at a competitor for week 26, a successor to Gauss, ended up on 24, number 24, a successor to Euler, ended up number 23. Okay?
Don't worry about this. This is a pass. Don't worry about it.
But because there's so many important things, you need to have this at the tips of your fingers because this is our story. A story that's going to tell the children and everybody. This is our story.
Right.
All right. So he ended up. He wanted to be number 26 because Euler, in other words, number 26, if it was during Gauss, Euler, and Newton, they will all be competing for week 26. Now, but since they're no longer here, their successors would be competing, and that's what happened. And they just fell short of the 26. So 24 went to the successor to Gauss. 23 went to the successor to Euler. Now, go to 19. Week 19.
So Michael and Atiyah. and Daniel
Laganiza. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Go find now who. Now, so you understand that Fomenko is to Euler as Hilbert is to Gauss. In terms of that,
okay.
in terms of Hilbert was a successor to Gauss, and Fomenko was a successor to Euler. That's what I tried to explain before.
Okay. I'm trying to find it. You said somebody else is a successor to Euler. I'm trying.
Yeah, that Fomenko, the one that this one here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a successor.
Okay.
Because it comes from a Leningrad Moscow State system of university.
Okay.
Like Oxford, Cambridge University. Okay? System called Oxbridge. This one you can call Leninsko, Moscow State, and
That's my
okay? Yeah, I can't take that call right now. So anyway, so therefore, in other words, the three greatest mathematicians are represented in the search, I mean in the competition. Okay? Okay. So therefore, but you've gone to number 23, go to 19 now. Let's see.
We just read 19.
Okay, read 19. Okay, now you're going to find out who Sir Michael Atiyah is.
So Michael Atiyah, yeah.
Yeah, look at, can you look at?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And remember, he's Sir Michael Atiyah. Sir Michael Atiyah. Okay, they have it there already. Okay. Read a little bit so Minister Brown can hear. Okay. It's unfortunate that this thing's so noisy.
Sir Michael Francis Atiyah, born 22 April 1929, is a British mathematician specializing in geometry. Atiyah grew up in Sudan and Egypt and spent most of his academic life in the United Kingdom at Oxford and Cambridge, and the United States at the Institute for Institute for Advanced Study. He has been president of the Royal Society, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge.
Who was a famous one that you know held the title of Master of Trinity College?
Master of Trinity College. You told us that, and I forgot.
Newton.
Isaac Newton.
Sir Isaac Newton.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So that's a successor to Sir Michael Newton. Sir Isaac Newton. How are you doing? That's brother Reverend Dr. Hen. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so the three greatest mathematicians are covered. You can see that's the point here. This is
right.
Especially you being a mathematical scientist, you need to be clear about that. In other words, this list is not some. This is it. You know, the ranking of the greatest mathematicians of all time.
Right.
You're celebrating the one that's exiting the place, and you're bringing in the ones that are successors to. Other ones and so on and so forth. So the successors to the three greatest mathematicians are represented in the competition as expected.
Right.
Okay? So you have Euler for Fomenko, you have Hilbert for Gauss, and you have Atiyah for Sir Isaac Newton. He even has the Sir also like Einstein, Newton has. Okay? Sir, they all knighted by the Queen of England because of their contributions to mathematics. I want that to be clear, okay?
Yes.
Now, so that's, do you understand? Have you seen any slouch so far in the competition?
Not that I know.
Okay, now. Then, but look at the entry. This is very unfortunate because this point is extremely critical. See, the 19, Atia, if you read the title, what's the title of their entry that made it to 19?
Fields Medalist Lectures.
Okay. You know what a field medal is?
No.
Okay, field medal is the Nobel Prize equivalent in mathematics.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, just Google it so you can go, check that on a different window. But now you know who Sir Michael Atiyah is.
Right.
All right. In his own right, as a successor to Newton, he's qualified to enter this competition. Okay? But it is more than that. This is really unfortunate.
Ignore it. Don't let it distract you.
I understand. Good, yeah.
Officially known as International Medal for Outstanding Discoveries in Mathematics.
Go down a little bit more.
It's awarded for outstanding contributions in mathematics.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay, so in fact, okay, go down a little bit. Oh, not too fast. Oh, no, okay, wait. Where it says it's viewed as the great,
Right here. Greatest honor
a mathematician can receive. That's important. That's important. Yeah, this is totally disgusting. This is disgusting. I feel disgusting. But because I'm trying to give you the God news here.
Yeah, but don't ignore that. It's ignore it. Don't be distracted with that.
All right. Now, therefore, when we say the greatest mathematicians went into this competition,
Keep talking.
you have the field medalist lectures. Yeah, I'm gonna need some of that. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Lift this up just a little bit so it can pick you up better.
Yeah, okay. Now, he just said, I don't know if Minister Brown was watching, in other words, the field medal, the Fields Medal is often viewed as the greatest honor a mathematician can receive.
And let me read the next sentence too. It says the Fields Medal and the Abel Prize have often been described after mathematicians' Nobel Prize.
You need to digest that very carefully. You need to digest it because you're going to be telling this story.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to tell it first to yourself. This is not a joke. This is the actuality of the God's mission in terms of giving the God news to yourself and to the world. So you're going to be telling this story. Now, that's what's in here. Mm-hmm. You had all the field, read it again, all the title again, the Fields
Medalist Lectures.
Did he say medal?
Medalist.
Medalist?
Plural.
No, plural. As in all of them. They combine all the most outstanding words kind of work together in one volume. And use it to compete with Gagut for week 26.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I see. Explain to Minister Brown what you just got. Otherwise, I would, because I do not want to live in here without a clarity on that one, because this is extremely important.
Right. The field medal is not a field. It's not a single medal. It's a collection of all the greatest works done by mathematicians combined into one volume.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was saying that what he was just mentioning is that the Fields metal is actually, it's not one metal, it's plural, it's metalless, okay? Which means that it's a composite of all the major accomplishments and ideas of mathematicians compiled into a single volume.
And they use that to compete with Gagut for the weak 26th position.
Right.
Along with the reputation of Sir Michael Atiyah, who was a successor to Sir Isaac Newton from Cambridge, Oxbridge. He was civilian professor in Oxford and became the Master of Trinity College in Cambridge. That's who. But he was one of the 42 winners of Fields medals by 2005 when this celebration came on. So 42 greatest mathematicians in their own class, together, they couldn't do it alone, competed with Gagut and lost out.
That's powerful. That's a heavy statement. Heavy, heavy, heavy.
Only God can do that.
Yes.
Only God. So, you want to serve God, that's it. You got to deal with that. You have to deal with that because God has done something here that is very clear, that has God's signature on it. In other words, again, why did that happen? That happened because Gagut is all of mathematics. So 42 that have been recognized as having made some serious contribution to mathematics, you combine all their competition, is nothing compared to Gagut. They are number 19.
Right.
Number 19, 7 away from 26.
Right.
They lost out. So, put it another way, how would you feel if you were sitting down here talking to Sir Michael Atiyah?
I would say that to me, it doesn't really give me the added confidence I need when there's something greater.
And 42 of them together cannot compete with Gagut. 42 of them. They fell 7 steps below. This is what the ministers need to understand.
Right.
In a very loud and clear way. Because see, how much can you keep on ignoring God's love expressed to you and giving you all kinds of things? We're not the only race God created, but God has shown us a lot. Now we've taken a lot of abuse on the last 25, but this is the reward for the abuse. Isn't it worth it?
Absolutely.
Minister Brown need to understand that. Need to understand, and the world need to understand. Well, the world has understood it, that's why they put it here. So can you now see that Gagut had no other place to be other than 26? Can you see that?
Yes. Yes.
That's what we're talking about. Now this implicates the Queen of England in terms of this decision is coming. You can't. It's coming from It's coming from near her hometown in Germany. This is Göttingen. This is coming from Göttingen. And that is a good sign also.
Absolutely.
Yes.
This is nature.
This is nature, that's correct. So that's what we're talking about here. Now, you not being a mathematician, see, I'm emphasizing it because you're a mathematical scientist. Okay?
Right.
You cannot gloss on this at all because this is the essence of the God's order. We're talking about the God order, the final order here. There's nothing else anybody can do that can surpass this, is what we say here. The whole exercise of humanity is aspiring to reach this point as the ideal, the ultimate level, ultimate height, ultimate war. Yeah, they're very desperate.
He been doing a few minutes. Once they start blowing, they almost finish.
Yeah.
They almost finished. Ignore them.
Yeah.
The Bible says resist the devil.
Yeah.
Free from it. Just got to be patient and wait.
You need to take a picture of this.
I did.
You did. Where it says what the, especially Usman has been telling you the definition of the field metals. Okay, now it is it's in writing by mathematicians. It's viewed as as the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Okay, yeah. So picture 42 Nobel laureates bringing all their contributions together and used to compete with Gagut and losing out on it.
Now,
yes,
I have to go here, especially for our people like Scott Williams, who ain't our people.
Oh God!
But I mean, I know you don't want to go there.
No, I have no problem. No, he can deal with Scott Williams based on what he just had.
Yeah, but if you compare what the best minds in the European world in mathematics and physics are saying, then the stuff that Scott Williams is talking about to defame and make it look like that somehow you are lying, and what's that all about? That is nothing but to discourage and to destroy and further delay our leadership and liberation. And somebody had to pay him to do that. And he needs to be exposed and brought down in with the truth.
Yeah. I like him to deal with that. That's why I said to bring him so he can see this document himself. And you're going to frame this, all of you, every black person will frame this and put it on a wall if you want to do anything for the next generation. That's part of the Shabaka stone dynamics of this one here. There's no amount of money you pay the headquarters of Jim Crow to do this. It is the biggest war. A war is fought to demonstrate who is more intelligent. That's the goal of every war. That's why this formula was used for industrial revolution that create war machines. With war machines, you overwhelm people and say, I'm superior, you got to do it my way.
Right.
Because I'm more intelligent. I designed war machines with my intelligence to overwhelm you, therefore I'm your superior. So the goal is to prove who is more intelligent. Therefore, when God did this, the believers will also know that God has all the cards. It's God who decides the winner. And that's what God did. The totality of intelligence is here. Now, so what happened? There's no dispute about a black man being ordained with ultimate intelligence, not just the highest intelligence. You can't surpass this. N is infinity. The stuff in my brain maps every infinite points into one point in my brain. So now it can catch all the infinity dynamics. Like I showed you, the mapping of the tree into your brains. For the regular creatures, there's so much you can map into your brains because your brain is finite size. But with this, the N is infinite in my brain, so it maps not just one point from the reality to one point in my brain, which will, because of the finiteness, will only take on finite amount, but it can map infinite points into one point in my brains, because I have N is infinity. That's the ultimate. You can't go past that. But that's not to say I'm competing with God in any way. That has to be understood. What I'm understanding is God. So to say God doesn't understand, God's self, No, God understands Godself in real space-time. God can fail God's self. See, the understanding is it's a function. The dilation and the dynamics, which is what is called a function of space-time. You can follow this point here, moves that way and that. So you know the realities of that point over space and time. That's what intelligence is and understanding is. God gave me this formula, so track that. All of it.
Can you include the light in the way you were discussing and explaining how that all comes in that point? Because we don't have the sound now, so we can go over that.
Right. But yeah, it's your vision is part of your expression of your intelligence and your understanding, picturing reality correctly. And what God has given me is I picture the totality of reality precisely in my brains.
Explain again how that's done.
So you need senses that helps you do that mapping. Intelligence is nothing but mapping and visualizing reality. Use your eyes as part of the tool, your ears. You could use your feeling, you could use your smell, you could use all kinds of things. The only thing that is a difference for me is the G's. Folks, this is not a joke.
Well, how does that fit in with, say, your feeling? How would you factor that into that equation?
It is expressed by G and J. See, if you go in the simplest form, the G and J will be the slope of a line that the light rays reflected into your brains.
Okay.
That's what it is.
The slope of the line.
Yeah. The
The
angle,
slope of the line of the light coming in.
light waves that's reflected from the object you're trying to see, the reality that you're trying to see. The light wave comes in and goes in, and like a photo camera like you're doing right now, there's a snapshot of that transformation, and that, so if you understand it clearly, then that's it. If you express your intelligence, your understanding of it. And what God has done with my brain is I can tuck into the same spot in my brains infinity of curves, straight lines, curvatures of all kind that is fundamentally shows the picture of every reality.
But it comes out of that equation.
It's all in here. It's all in here. Electromagnetic dynamics, the slopes are in here. The gravity is very simple. N is equal to 1 is a general one. Einstein only captured when or more or less a trivial case where G and J's are all the same, which is very, so tiny. He and Newton, he only captured the same G and J's, reducing theirs to a spheroid. A spherical, a multi-dimensional sphere. That's highly simplified. If you just make this n is equal to 1, then with the g's varying, you have ellipsoids, you have hyperboloids, you have paraboloids, you have all manner of things, which are reality. That's what I mean by visualizing the entire solar system and the universe. The planet does not just go around a solar system as in an ellipse or a circle. It can also go on a parabola and may not take a long time before it ever returns back to the same solar system again or join another one. That's all covered here. There's not been any other analysis where they did that seriously in any literature before this came around. But it's you know, that's application to physics dynamics or physical dynamics, but it's geometry.
Yeah, because geometry is the study of shapes.
It's a shapes.
All shapes.
It's all shapes. Every shape is given here, but this
And the relationship between them.
right. But it also gives everything that's reality is space-time and the curvatures, parameters, or the invariants of that space-time. So I hear there was some professor in Harvard trying to use telescopes, you know, sophisticated telescopes to go as far as they can to see the galaxies. I have all the galaxies here. I have them all here.
So the information from them.
Yes, all of them are here, past, present, future. And I can tell you, you know, the spirals in the galaxies, which they have in very serious difficulty understanding. They're all in here. This thing can go, I mean, it blows your mind. I got the children, when they were much younger, to do some plotting of the universe. And they were
Do some what of the universe?
to plot.
Plot.
Plot the universe from here.
Mm-hmm.
The galaxies, the various galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
So now, therefore, over here in this premises, the secret code of the entire universe is in here. And so it becomes the hottest point on the planet and the solar system. That's why there's so much surveillance, all this noise and all that, all these casual black men showing up. The wires, I can't. The wires over here. AT&T guy walks in one time, and you know, he looked puzzled and said, "Yeah, man, this is a tapping of the system by the CIA." And I said, "Whoops, I was not supposed to say that." I thought, you know, and we all laughed and said, "Yeah, it was." That's what else? That is expected.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted you to, you know, make sure you get it so that next time when you hear Usman saying the field medals is the Nobel Prize for mathematicians, so you understand. Let's ask some basic questions. No, I wanted you to deal with certain things with Scott Williams. Are you prepared to say something? You know who Scott Williams is?
Not really.
Oh God.
I was going to look him up later on.
Okay. Well, I don't think, you know, it's too much waste of time, although we can devote a particular time to that. It's a brother who was put on a mission to discredit Gagut.
Oh,
and
say no more.
And he's supposed to be a mathematician.
Say no more.
Okay, so therefore,
I got the picture.
Okay, so therefore, the bottom line is, the people who are sending him are surrendering, and they're asking him to, they pay him to go and contradict what they do here. What does that mean? That's comedy. That's, you know, because you understand, he will not have an opportunity. Well, first of all, he will not have an opportunity to sweep the floor where these people are meeting to make this decision.
Right.
So so the only thing is, he can only punish black people, you know, in terms of individually and, you know, some group, to put doubts in their hand, counting on the atrocities of the Jim Crow before, in terms of, you know, having you doubt yourself as a result of them trying to take your respect from you. Mm-hmm. So that's what they're counting on. Mm-hmm. But since then, he has had, you know, problems, as I mentioned to you before. Mm-hmm. But there are certain things that must go on. You can't legislate intelligence.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. And things have sometimes, most of the time, two sides. A person is free to make any statement they like. It's a free world. You can say anything you like. People even go to the extent
in theory.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is people insult God. So therefore, on that level, somebody has been worse than Scott Williams.
Mm.
Yeah, no, right? Which is, what he's doing is insulting God.
Mm.
Scott Williams is insulting God.
Right, yes.
When you lie, especially something that is directly from the Creator, you lie or you say something you're not sure that is disrespectful to God, you're on your own.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I pointed out that, yes, good people get stroke and die too, but he had this stroke. His is definitely not for doing good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He had stroke a few weeks after a few years after he indulged in that stuff. The only people that read him in reality and take him can take him on any level of whatever are the poor black people whose minds are already in their
Jim Crow control.
no, yeah, Jim Crow, as in deficient level. They suffer from what is called in Gagut language acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome, AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
In his case, it's a very serious case of AIDS. See, it's one thing if you know, in other words, that's why the proactive way is better to go. Because you're not going to do anything. Yeah, I want you to use that magic touch again. You're not going to accomplish anything by...
It's called chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. The black magic, that's right. You're wasting time. I know, that's what I did. The only time I responded to Scott Williams was on Coast to Coast. And there were specific questions, so on and so forth. But this is the real deal. A surrender.
Mm.
Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
An unconditional surrender of the Jim Crow to the black race. That is, I want you to be clear about this because this is God's order.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Shabazz is not on that list. You notice that? This list, this section at least, this is the most prestigious part. This is the center. He's a brilliant brother, Cornell University. Is he here? Do you see any Shabazz here?
No.
You can't see
No,
Shabazz.
definitely not.
Okay. So needless to say, Scott Williams. Scott Williams doesn't... Who knows Scott Williams? Is he here?
Mm-mm.
Which means he has no credibility.
No brains. He suffers from a very nasty case of acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. You don't make that your case. This is your case here.
Right.
This is your case.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's how intelligent. If God was to worry about nonsense that goes on, God would have no time to take care of the universe. Right? The nonsense and ignorance and shown. You know how many nonsense that are outside this thing here that are not real? This is the only real thing. This is what runs. This is the universe here. So this is now. In other words, 42 Nobel laureates in mathematics are small compared to Gagut.
Mm.
Is that what it says there?
That's what it says.
I mean,
That's what it said.
that's what they're trying to say, really.
Did they
No.
There's seven steps below
Right.
Gagut. So Gagut is worth more than 42 Nobel Prizes.
Exactly.
Far more.
Mm-hmm.
That-
That's the implication. Yes.
So now you
The
get
assertion, yeah.
get into your own responsibilities here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scott Williams also said, the lady that called had a problem with Scott Williams too. Even though I love her as a sister and I gave it to her straight. I don't fool around. Don't take me to a certain point. I'm very powerful. You know, and she, you know, then she began to really, and I said, hey, I better stop here. She said, sister. Because she was saying, oh, it wasn't Scott Williams, it was another one with an African name, Shawari.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, Shawari took Scott Williams and repeated, they reproduced it.
Mm-hmm.
She reproduced with Scott Williams. I said, why, you know, Oyibo wasn't nominated for Nobel Prize. Oh, yeah?
No Scott Williams. No Scott Williams.
Yeah, but Oyibo, if Oyibo wasn't nominated for a prize, what does that mean? Oyibo is better than 42 Nobel Prizes and it's not nominated? You want to figure that out? Mm-hmm. What does that mean? What does that mean? 42 Nobel Prizes that have been awarded competed with Gagut and lost out very clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then you said Gagut wasn't good enough to be nominated for one Nobel Prize?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We got you. We got you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that kind of mindlessness is one of the reasons why I'm going over this.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that cannot understand that reality, Sir Michael Atiyah, even Hawking never made it on this list. Stephen Hawking is not here. Andrew Wiles of Princeton is not here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many people have that can't be here that are not here? Only 52 works were selected since the 1800s. This is the story of the surrender, of all-time surrender. The return of God's love to the black people. The return of respect for the black people, as in the glory you give to God for giving intelligence to a race.
Mm-hmm.
That is what Ojima means, respect. Now, therefore, there can't be any human that can disrespect the black race ever again.
Mm.
Mm. You have
That's right.
You have all the respect.
Mm-hmm.
So when Sister Arita, she's still alive, to be wonderful,
she's
somebody
still
who could bring her the word.
Yeah.
She sings about respect. That's what she was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
When Professor James Brown, talks about black and power, that's respect.
Mm-hmm.
That's respect.
Mm-hmm.
But they murdered him before he could see Gaga.
Yeah.
That's right. Mr. Brown and I were talking about this a week later, or 2 weeks later, he was dead. I was going to send Minister Brown to Georgia to look for him. Right? That must have been the beginning of December, somewhere there.
Right.
And by 25th of December, on Christmas Day, he was murdered. But this was coming, and this is it. They surrendered anyway. So he's rejoicing, he's happy, he's extremely happy.
Yeah.
So that is, go to Riemann again. So we just go on Riemann and then now begin to say, what does all this mean? Oh no, I have one more other thing. Okay, wait. Go to Riemann, and then I need to take this up a little bit. Mm-hmm. So I bring out another piece of document.
Okay. I'm gonna bring up another one.
Yeah. Riemann, you have gotten it out before. But okay.
It's R-E-I-M-A-N.
Yeah, R-I-E. Riemann.
M-A-N-N.
Yes, that's N-N. You had it out before.
Bernard.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Even if you spelled it wrong, usually it comes to correct.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now.
He's right here.
Okay, read a little bit, the first part, the Wikipedia. Read a little paragraph. Okay.
Remember, redirects here for other people with the certain. Oh, no, that's not the word. Let me go down.
Yeah. George
Frederick Bernard Riemann.
Yes.
Okay, was an influential German mathematician who made lasting contributions to analysis, number theory, and differential geometry. Right. Some of them enabling the later development of general relativity.
Yes. Aha. That's the Riemannian geometry I was telling you before. Okay,
So he gave what's his name, Newton, something to think about.
that's right.
Riemann was born in Breslau, a village near Dannenberg in the Kingdom of Hanover, in what is the Federal Republic of Germany today.
Yes.
His father, Frederick Bernhard Riemann, was a poor Lutheran pastor in Breslau who fought in the Napoleonic War. His mother, Charlotte Ebel, died before her children had reached adulthood. Riemann was the second of 6 children, shy and suffering from numerous nervous breakdowns. Riemann exhibited exceptional mathematical skills, such as calculation abilities, from an early age, but suffered from timidity and a fear of speaking in public. Go on.
Yeah. Just okay. Then we went to Hanover. That's Queen's. Okay. Okay. Now what I really now that he wait. Okay now.
University of Gothenburg.
Oh, Gothenburg. Yes. Okay. Where he planned to study towards a degree in theology.
Yeah.
However, once there, he began studying mathematics under Carl
Friedrich Gauss.
Okay, specifically his lectures on the method of least squares. Okay,
Yeah.
move on. Okay. Gauss recommended that Riemann give up his theological work.
Into the mathematical field.
Okay,
Getting his father's approval.
Yeah, that's kind of like your situation too. You combine them, but okay now. Attempt to no, wait.
Up here.
Oh, okay.
During his time of study, Jacobi, Lejeune, Derlix, whatever you pronounce the name, Stirner, and Einstein were teaching. He stayed in Berlin for 2 years and returned to Göttingen in 1849. Riemann held his first lectures in 1845, which founded the field of Riemannian geometry.
That's right.
And thereby set the stage for Einstein's general theory of relativity.
Absolutely.
In 1857, there was an attempt to promote Riemann to extraordinary professor status at the University of Göttingen. Although this attempt failed, it did result in Riemann finally being granted a regular salary. In 1859, following Lejeune,
Dirichlet, that's a Dirichlet's death.
Dirichlet's death,
Who was head of mathematics. He was. Go ahead.
and he was promoted to head the mathematics department at Göttingen.
That's what I wanted you to note.
Okay.
Okay, so Riemann also headed the mathematics department at Göttingen. He was a successor to Gauss. All right. So, and it was after him that Hilbert came into a place, also as the head of math department. So when he created the Riemann hypothesis, he died before he could solve the problem. And Hilbert tried to solve it, and he couldn't, so he put it out open for people and said, this is important. And therefore, and maybe you could take a little break because I wanted to listen. So he opened it to the whole world to solve.
Right. Who solved it?
Who, Riemann?
Has it been solved?
Yeah, that's what we try to get into. It's the topic, one of the reasons why you're here today.
He solved it.
Yeah, that's been solved because it's in the
Oyibo
GIJ.
solved it.
Professor Oyibo solved it.
Yeah, it's in here. Every truth is in here, which is a proof, of the whole dynamics. And it's the story.
Göttingen is the story.
That's right. Why is Göttingen the story? Is the headquarters of mathematics? Is the headquarters of intelligence? Is the headquarters of the European supremacy? So the story that is telling is a handing over of the baton of intelligence through Gauss, representing the Europeans, onto Oyibo
Mhm.
on behalf of the black race.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's the story here. That's the God news. When the Nigerian Senate did the motion, and this, by the way, this happened in 2005. Okay? In 2005 was when this surrender happened. 2005, after we returned back from Nigeria,
Mhm.
and after the Progressive Baptist Convention. Now you got to give praise God for giving you the light. That's one of the reasons I insisted you got to be here. What you did is obviously consistent with this story, isn't it?
Yes.
That's right. It's
Now,
consistent.
can you talk about what it means, the New York State Baptist Convention resolution
Yeah,
and the Nigerian Senate? Can you put all that together?
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna-
terms of what that means.
I'm gonna do that, but I have to go through this first. This is the thing that even happened earlier. This is the formula for intelligence. Oyibo has been given eta sub infinity, defining him with ultimate intelligence. You can't go more than n is infinity. If you can map realities, infinite realities to one spot in your brains, you got it all. That's the bottom line. You notice I've been talking for how long now?
6 hours.
I'm not even warmed up yet. This is the formula with which I talk. This is the formula for intelligence. This is the formula for intelligence. Now, when this thing came out, of course, it didn't happen without a lot of toll, but we're not going to go into that. Toll on my personal life, my family, and all the other stuff. The bullets in the window over there, which you probably, not here, the
Go
other
around
one.
on the side.
Yeah, right side.
I want to see him.
Yeah, good. I was just saying that Professor Gagut worked under the first mathematics Nobel laureate. He was from Harvard, okay, the very first one. Okay, and so now, but that is about 1989. I was inducted into the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of Fame, they call it Associate Fellowship in 1989 as a result of the shock of the autograph. But they had no idea things hadn't started yet. So 1990, Gagut unveiled. But in a God's way, it was so sophisticated because of the nature of the dynamics, some of which I've talked about already. So by 1994, my brother was also assassinated. My young brother was assassinated.
Where?
In Nigeria.
Okay.
A medical, a mathematician, but used his mathematical skills to become a surgeon. And he did a surgery in his Somia hospital, in the Suffolk hospital. He was a medical director in his own hospital. Surgeries that it took like 9 months for a top university teaching hospital in New York City to carry out, which is removal of a cyst from a woman's system. He did that on emergency in Nigeria, in Kano, Somia Hospital. So,
And what duration? How long?
the woman came in on emergency, was going to die, just, got into the theater and took the...
You're talking about hours.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, but,
Okay.
but he saved the life.
Right.
The life was saved. For the same thing to be done in the St. Luke's or one of those Presbyterian thing, a similar surgery with a smaller cyst. The cyst he took out was the size of a baby.
Wow.
That's what my brother did. My younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
And so they realized that another Oyibo was on the horizon. That was 1994. And so the whole dynamics was used, and he was assassinated in Ibadan, the University of Ibadan where we were. So You understand? There was, by the time we reached there, 10 years later, 10 years, 1994, we were there in 2004.
Right. Yeah.
I was tempted to blast them off, you know, and
Come from the foreland, right home.
you know, and so, but God said I was on a mission. There was no point. Anyway,
Right home.
so the government tried everything they can to stop Gagut. Nachos was respected.
Yes.
Brooklyn, Bali, was an attempt on my life and all the other stuff. But it comes with the territory. At some point, I received a letter, an email from a cousin of Dr. Watson, the Nobel laureate in biology, who eventually was involved with my daughter in terms of pulling my daughter away to go and study brain science under him. And he wrote me an email, the cousin wrote me an email. Cousin was a fighter pilot with an MD degree, and he was heading the veteran administration in California. So he sent me an email. The email says, "What is Oyibo still doing alive?" How did Oyibo still manage to stay alive? How could he possibly still be alive after discovering the unified theorem? And he says, in order to answer my question, here's the list of what happened before you. Their own people from Cambridge University, who it was believed they were kind of getting some hints on where to go to search for the theory, not theorem. Right. Theory. And things happen to them. So here you have a person that has produced not the theory, but the theorem of everything, of every reality. I have to keep on pounding at your brain so you can hear me. That's the only way you can hear me.
Right. Let me ask a question, digression question. And this may not seem to be important, but it weighs a lot of importance. What drove you to come from Nigeria to the United States?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Number one, I had a sense of history that the United States and South America were part of Africa. The Olmec heads were very clear signs.
Actually, it was just one body of land which broke up the 7 continents later on. But you're absolutely correct. But what caused you to think that?
No, information.
Okay.
Yeah, the Olmec heads. We saw Olmec heads were being worshipped here in the Americas. Black, massive black heads. Olmec, and so that's our land. So Indians came later on. We allowed them a free rent on the land. It belongs to the ancient Africans. Pyramid are also on the science.
Right.
So,
John Henry Clark had already proved that Africans existed.
That's right. That's right.
Here before Columbus and all the Indians.
Oh no, that's very clear. So there was no doubt. There was no doubt about that with our mind. So I hear people, well, this is the land for the Indians. No, Indians came later, man.
Exactly.
Indians were worshipping the original owners of this land. So now, in addition, I also knew that my people were being disrespected over there, and there has to be some mission there. I didn't know hear everything about the details of what's going on. I knew Andrew J. Beard was a black man that supposedly didn't have a formal education. That means there was no foreigner that ever taught him anything. What he had was what his African self. He had no even high school diploma or education. He invented rocketry. Andrew J. Beard. So, and I made the connection that it was the Chikpo that he received the concept from. That's an African toy, Chikpo. Do you understand me? That's how he was able to. Everybody was doing some standard thing trying to compress air. He said, look, if you rotate the thing, you can compress the air and get it to the power ignited, you get a rocketry. Boom, you get jet and all that. He's the father of rocketry, so-called modern rocketry, but he doesn't get credit for that. So therefore, and then the facilities were also destroyed in the African setting in terms of facilities for research and so on and so forth. I had quite a bit of problems dealing with the systems over there, in terms of undergraduate and all that. So,
I'm sorry, I need to ask a digression question based on your conversation that we had yesterday. What do you call that long kaleidoscope-like machine? I call it Atom Smasher. It's miles long and.
That's
What do you call that?
the one that crushes atoms.
okay, it's synchrotron.
Synchrotron, right?
Synchrotron.
What you're saying that the equipment got destroyed over there?
Okay.
What's the possibility of building a synchrotron? Cytotron. What's the possibility of building a cytotron over there?
In Nigeria?
Yeah.
Very simple. Very simple. I mean, but these steps that we're embarking on now, the Göttingen story has to be. Every child has to tell the Göttingen story before you can move on to that point. That's why I'm spending my time here. This is not a trivial exercise. If you don't understand Göttingen, you can't do a damn thing. With the understanding of Göttingen, the shackles on your mind is busted totally.
That's true.
You just received an unconditional surrender from Jim Crow. Unconditional, that's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Only God can give that. And when God gives it, even if you prefer, you can't refuse it. Even if you like to refuse it, yeah, man, let me hide in my cave. No way. You see how powerful I feel and act. Yes. I can feel my own power.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be feeling your own power as well. That's what I'm doing with you, especially you. And him as well. He almost come to a point where sometimes he tries to, I call Mr. I said, Mr. Brown, you haven't called me in the last 24 hours. And he goes, I'm trying to gather some courage. Do you understand? There is no such a thing anymore. Brothers and sisters were talking, even Reverend King talked about, we are men. There's only real manhood. That's a black manhood.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's saying here. This is manhood.
That's right.
Manhood. A real manhood. Therefore, my father, for example, with that prostate thing, I wish you especially could have met him.
Yeah.
Then you would have, your trip to Ida would have been more. You came to Ida when a lot of atrocities has occurred as a result of the CIA, MI6, and so on and so forth. A lot was done. You didn't see the airport. The current guy tried to, get the process, started and so on and so forth. And so on. It's a whole lot. But, so, when I asked my father to come to Sloan Kettering, he said, no, it's not that sick. He said, I come here to see the brothers and sisters, but not Sloan Kettering. He tried to be kind of funny about it. So, yeah, and that belongs to some black brother. He knows Sloan Kettering is not owned by black people. Mm-hmm. And I said, no. I said, sure. So you want me to come over there? No way. I'm not that sick, he says. But the bottom line is that back in here, this is the formula that expresses intelligence exactly. Intelligence, the art of understanding reality. Mm-hmm. This is the exact formula. So, between 1990 including an attempt by the various forces to put radioactive stuff in my coat. And I remember asking one of the geniuses, I said, well, I already knew, because President Kwame Nkrumah was assassinated with the same thing. Dry cleaning was done in England for him, and he paid them money. They sewed onto the coat radioactive material, and they killed him. A similar thing was they were trying to do that for me. You know, took my coat and kept it for 1 week, and then finally, mysteriously, the coat appears. It was a coat my wife got for me. It was cashmere, not cashmere. It's not the most expensive. I think it's cashmere. It's good stuff, you know. But they took it and kept it for 1 week, and so I knew I wasn't going to take the stuff. But eventually, I asked one of their most brilliant ones, and he said to me, "Gabriel, don't go near that coat." I said, "I already knew I wasn't going to do that." But with all that, what happened was, because this expresses the formula exactly for intelligence, and that mind is infinity, they couldn't go around it. You can't go around it. The n can go from 0 to infinity. So you can't get around it. Therefore, it is mathematics, because it's an act of God. The reality of it being present in my brains is expression. This expression came from here. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it can map infinite objects into one spot in my brains, because n can be infinity. And in the class, I'm going to show you how that is done, you know, in terms of in the various, when you begin to get back at it. But anyway, what happened is then Clinton, as a president, by 1995, they couldn't do anything anymore with it. So they decided they're going to find out, how do the other black people rank? What is their n level? Mine is infinity. What is the n level of other black people that are walking on the street, say, or somewhere in South America or the continent? What is their level? And more importantly, what is the level of n for the other races?
Nice to do a comparative analysis, right?
Yes, to find out, yes, Oyibo has the ultimate intelligence, therefore the black race are the most intelligent race because of this formula. Don't sleep, Minister Brown, don't doze off. I know it's kind of getting overwhelming, but this is no more noise. You need to digest as much as you can.
All right.
Now, or you want to get
Sounds
more
good.
coffee?
No.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Okay. Now, so therefore, Yale was given a grant to verify what is the level of n. In other words, this is a formula for intelligence. The n is the level of intelligence. How much you can compress reality into one spot in your brains, as determined by n. You can see that. You learned that most mathematics, right? That's right. Now, so Oyibo's is infinity. What about the rest of the black people? What will be their number?
It's a good question.
So they took samples of the black people. But more importantly, what about the non-blacks? So they were given the money under the Genome Project.
Genome.
Remember Clinton gave?
I started to bring that.
Yes.
It'll be in your book.
Yes. Genome Project, they provided the funding. But as that was around 1994, 1995. They couldn't dispute Oyibo, so Jim Crow is dead. Jim Crow is dead with all these efforts for 2,500 years about black people looking like the, what do you call it? What do you call it? Amos and Andy and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's a black man that is the ultimate intelligence, not the most intelligent, ultimate intelligence. And thereby, the black people automatically, because they share his genes, have re-ordained the most intelligent race, and therefore the chosen race. So they have to go into the lab and find out the N for the other races, and the average for the black people. So the result of that study, and in fact, as they were doing that, they gave Emeagwali an award. Emeagwali is another black man, also from Nigeria. There was a dean, D-E-A-N, from California. I think he was IBM. He was the brain behind Microsoft and even IBM. You must have heard his name, a black man. Did some heavy stuff. And they just bribed him with the vice presidency of the company. It did nothing for him. But they gave Emeagwali, who designed a fast computing system for computation, some prize called the Gordon Prize. And in the process, okay.
1996.
Yes, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's the study that is reporting about. Okay, but I have the abstract here.
Oh, great.
Yes, I have abstract here, and yeah, that's I have the abstract here. But I just want to tell the story first, and then we'll go into that. But what was happening is Emeagwali got an award in 1989. They gave me they gave me the associate fellowship of the AIAA. They gave Emeagwali an award for developing the fastest programming, routine. But they didn't touch Gagut directly because they really didn't want to do anything. Some people were writing to Clinton and so on, and he wasn't responding. But he didn't want to be looked as if he was doing racism or so-called. By giving Emeagwali an award, and he spoke on Emeagwali and so on and so forth, their goal was to get around being accused of racism. So what they did was, they commissioned Yale to do that study. And this is the abstract of that study. Yeah, you're going to read that. Yeah, you're going to read that. But, okay, now, the title, first of all, nuclear, that you can read later. This we'll start from here and you're going to read more. This is the actual hard data. Okay. What he's doing here is paraphrasing, what's in here. All right. Now, nuclear DNA diversity in worldwide distribution, human population. Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, you're gonna read it. Okay. But maybe I can get one thing. Use the thing as well.
No, that's all right.
Okay, you're too busy anyway. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Okay, now, the bottom line is the formula that was used, in effect, is this formula. It's equivalent with this formula of intelligence. So if you have a formula for intelligence, you want to determine the level of intelligence for each category of people. So I want you to read What's in there? Okay.
The abstract, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But just give me a second. I thought I had Shirley and had more here. Okay. No, yeah, you're gonna read that one. All right. I don't want to waste time anymore.
Isn't it the first page up there?
Huh? Yeah, no, I have this one here, but I thought I could give Minister another one.
No. Y'all go ahead.
Okay.
I'm running the camera.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Here's right there.
Okay, here. But you have to frame this.
I'm gonna keep this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's for you. You're going to make copies and distribute to the pastors. But you have to, if you don't go over it with them, you understand me? Until they understand, it won't mean anything for them.
Right.
All right. So what happens is, in effect, they use equivalent of this formula that is the only mathematical expression for intelligence. And then carry out the study on that genome program. So you can see the authors over there. The director is the guy called Kenneth K. Kidd from Yale, the one with B.
KKK.
There you go. You picked that up, didn't you? KKK, right? Okay. So now, if you look under B, you'll see what B says, right? What does the B say? Can you read that?
Yale University School of Medicine.
I see. Department of
Genetics.
I see. Okay. Now let's read what the abstract says.
Nucleotide variation was examined in an 8 kilobyte intronic DNA bordering exon 44 of the human dystrophin gene on XP21. 36 polymorphisms, substitutions, small insertions, /deletions, and 1 T-sub-N microsatellite were found using SSCP heteroduplex analysis of DNA samples from mixed Europeans, Papua New Guineans, as well as from 6 African, 3 Asian, and 2 Amerindian Indian populations. In this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment had been avoided. In a maximum likelihood, 3 constructed from the frequent data, Africans clustered separately from the non-African populations. 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the population compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans.
You're going to go over that again. That last sentence is very important.
In a maximum likelihood, tree constructed from the frequency data,
Yes.
Africans clustered separately from the non-African populations.
Okay.
15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. The common sites contributed most to the average heterozygosity.
You're going to go over that again because I'm trying to tally stuff here. Now, okay, the 15 was what?
15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans.
Okay. And 13. Okay, now wait a minute. 15
polymorphisms were shared
Yes.
among most of the populations compared,
Yes.
whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic
Yes.
to Africans
Yes.
and 4 to non-Africans.
Okay. Here you go. The sound intelligence style.
Should I continue or stop?
You can stop for the time being.
Okay.
Just make it. Okay. Polymorphisms. All right. I want your attention here.
I'm listening. Polymorphism.
Yeah, I got to see it here. I'm on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Non-Africans had 4 that are endemic to them.
Mm-hmm.
4. That's what they said, right? Read that so
Yes.
sure.
Right. That's what it said. Whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans. 13 were endemic to Africans,
That's here.
right? And 4 to non-Africans.
4 to non-Africans. This
Right.
is non-Africans.
Right.
4 to them. And this is Africans.
Mm-hmm.
13 endemic to them.
Right.
All right. But they have 15 that is common to all of them.
Right.
Is that what you said? Read that
Yeah.
so we'll be sure.
15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared.
Okay, that is common.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the total?
19 to 28.
I see. Then 20.
28. Delta 9.
So now, this is equivalent to the ends here. That becomes the level of intelligence. In other words,
Mm-hmm.
this has
8 and sub 19.
that's right. And this is 8
That's 20, 28.
Of course, Oyibo has 8 of infinity. That's the God news.
Wouldn't you say that God has eta of infinity?
No. God doesn't have. God is.
I know, I'm just playing devil's
No,
advocate.
that's God, in other words, there's no comparison with God. God has more than. God is it. In other words, how do you, God is the ethos of infinity. So God gives a permission for you to visualize what that reality is. God is the reality. Intelligence is trying to understand reality.
Mm-hmm.
God is the reality. So God has more than the intelligence.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It was never conceived. A creature
Mm-hmm.
can be given opportunity to see the whole of God.
Mm-hmm.
That is what is the God news, extraordinary God news. But it's extremely important. See, if you read the abstract
Mm-hmm.
without Gagut as a background and without dealing with their jargons in genetics, you will not be able to decode what is written over there.
Gotcha.
Now, polymorphism. This is polymorphisms here.
The whole equation or just one side of it?
Well, this is all the polymorphism there is.
Okay. The whole equation.
Yeah, it has been is the polymorphism.
Okay.
The polymorphism is a mapping.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's in ABU, the math head of the department wanted to debate Gagut, and he wanted to go into those jargons, and I pulled him back into a common language so the masses can, the masses can actually hear.
King said,
Polymorphism is the dynamics of expression of intelligence. It's a mapping.
Mm-hmm.
The word morphism is mapping.
Mm-hmm.
That's exact meaning of morphism.
Mm-hmm.
Mapping. That's where the light wave maps the reality into your brains, and you see and you visualize and you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Expresses your intelligence. Therefore, intelligence is about mapping reality. You can't take reality and put in your brains.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take the trade and put in your brains.
Mm-hmm.
That's to be mapped.
Agreed.
I see.
Agreed.
This is Gagut.
In its truest form.
All right. So therefore, now, the non-Africans has a level of intelligence of 19
Mm-hmm.
compared to the level of intelligence 28 for Africans.
Mm-hmm.
This, of course, is consistent with this for Oyibo. Oyibos you can't dispute because it's all in here. What are you going to do? It's right here. All right? There's no dispute over here. This was measured in a lab under scientific conditions. The reason they were getting different results, or in terms of relative terms before, was because of Jim Crow. But this busted Jim Crow. This actually busted Jim Crow, because if you can't dispute this, then you know what you were doing previously that gave a wrong result. To be wrong, you share my genes. You can be less than other people because you have the same gene. I can have a thing to where you have 0 or something like that. It's not possible. That's not reality. Because we share the same grandfather, great-grandfather, immediately before we connect with the others.
Gotcha.
Therefore, they took away the Jim Crow, as in Gagut busted Jim Crow forever. They were forced to take Jim Crow out. And when they went in, they got 19 for themselves. That's their own reading. Now you know the realities. Jim Crow never underrated itself ever in the history that we know now. They don't have a Harvard degree and say they have a community college degree. Right? Have you ever seen that?
Say it again.
From Jim Crow. Jim Crow, he has a Harvard PhD and he says he's an illiterate or has no degree. I mean, that's an underrating of oneself.
Correct.
So when they did this, if there's any error, it's likely to be an overestimated. It's an exaggeration.
Gotcha.
On the contrary, every time they dealt with us, they underestimate our intelligence. So this is more likely to be an underestimation. They don't go out of their way to overcredit us. So for that reason, over here, what we do sometimes we say 19 minus and 28 plus, but those are details. That's not extremely critical. What's the most important is they are face to face with a mathematical reality that your black race is the most intelligent race by the order of the Creator. For that happening, they had to be forced by Gagut to remove the Jim Crow factor. Because all Jim Crow knew for destruction is just Oyibo. Oyibo is black, that's the end of it. This is the story we're talking about. Now, this is a God's order, therefore it is mathematical, as infallible. This is scientific, which is consistent with this. And because it's sponsored by genome money, that's public money, that is the official position of the United States government. Especially the work has been coordinated by Yale University. It's a top Ivy League university. Now, so therefore, this is what Gagut has done. This is what God has done through Gagut. This is official.
Right. Quick question. An international journal on genes and what?
I can read that.
Is the last word up there? I thought maybe you know off the top. Don't worry about it. I'll go home and get a magnifying glass.
Okay, Journal of Genes and...
I can't make out... Is it Jim Ross?
Genomes, probably.
I don't worry about it. I get it.
Yeah, that's genomes. Genomes. That's a genome project. Genome.
Genome? Okay.
Yeah, genome. G-E-N-O-M-E-S.
Okay, now tell me the difference between a gene and a genome.
Well, those are some of the details, I think you better you go in the computer.
I research it. Don't worry about it.
You can go and put genomes.
I could do it when I got home.
Yeah, genomes is probably good if we could get it in here because they have a technical definition of it. Just go on it. And I'm glad you got this equivalence between Nobel Prize, especially for Minister Brown, and the Field Medal. I'm sorry. Okay? Now, so that is what has happened. Now, so And that's a summary of all that. In other words, you have God's order that is mathematical and has been scientifically verified, to say the least. And it's N, genome, nome, N as opposed to R. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Enter, yeah. You don't even have to put S. Okay. Yep. Go to genome. Yeah. Okay, in modern molecular biology and genetics, the genome is the genetic material of an organism. Okay? Genetic material of an organ. It is encoded either in DNA and a genetic material of an organism. That's the GN. That's the GN. That's what I was just telling you. That's the GN. The material, which is connecting, you know. So this is the formula for that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. But so that's what God has done. Nobody expected this was going to come in this era, but it has happened.
Nobody expected Obama to be president in this era, but it has happened.
This is where that come from. Right? Have we shown that before? Okay, that's where that come from, because once this happened, as a matter of fact, they said very clearly, would Oyibo issues influence the presidential election? That was in 2004.
Let me check a second. Genome, it's a blend of gene and chromosome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's but in terms of the material, the way it was defined as more mathematical. It's a material because all those other jargons that take you to another.
I'm gonna tell you that's how they got the word itself.
Yes, actually. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Now.
Gene and chromosome.
Yeah.
Genome.
Okay. This is where the prediction that all this put Obama in the office happened. I don't know if you're familiar with this on Amazon. This is the LLOPOH, Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness. That is there.
I read it somewhere.
Okay, now, yeah. So now, okay, they're talking about Oyibo. Okay. Will G.A. Oyibo issues influence the presidential elections? That was in 2004. 2008, there was a black president.
Gotcha.
Plus, what I was going on earlier was these formulas provide the opportunity for the Europeans. Yeah.
Is it your copy?
You can keep a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. These formulas, which people are stumbling over looking for this, authorize the Europeans to claim superiority over everybody else and thereby qualify themselves to be the rulers of the world. So all the presidents before Obama were Germans.
Or had German connections.
Yes, German. They're related to the Queen of England. I mean, that is, even when they try to run the black man.
Jesse Jackson?
No, not Jesse Jackson.
Al Sharpton?
No. Those, they were not considered serious candidate. This other one from a Republican, Colin Powell.
Oh, okay.
Colin Powell was a relative of the Queen. Even Obama had some love on his non-black side. He has some German in the dynamics. So because of these formulas and Göttingen, because of Gauss, okay, and even before Gauss, since the Germans had taken over England, okay, after Newton, because 1700 was when Göttingen was found. But when it was found, they already have a German king in England. King George II was a king of England, founding a university in Germany called Göttingen University. Therefore, Göttingen is the story. If the surrender didn't come from Göttingen, they haven't admitted surrender yet. Because that's the headquarters of European supremacy. And so, but it will take the biggest bomb ever. Germans don't surrender easy. They die hard. Or they surrender hard. It's hard for them to surrender. But because this is absolutely infallible, and they did not want to destroy their legacy in terms of Gauss and all that, and especially since Gauss is the one being selected, they know that I'm going to drum this into your head, and you understand that this is a totality of mathematics. Otherwise, I'll challenge you to come up with an equation that's not here. Then you'll be forced to the corner. So, okay, praise God. That's the dynamics. This is a very godly process. So therefore, and God doesn't fool around.
You can leave it down.
Yeah. You know, but it was so anyway.
It's gonna keep coming down.
Yeah. So therefore, so you've seen Göttingen, you've seen Yale. It's done. What remains is, are you ready for your role that God has now ordered? Yes, go ahead.
Can you explain the difference between and what it does, the 29 morphisms and the 19 for whites? Can you go into that more?
Yeah,
polymorphism.
Okay.
Explain it so a layman can understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
polymorphism.
Literally means many mappings.
That's right. In other words, polymorphism means that you can map more than one point or one set into one given set in another space. So I have infinite polymorphism because my level is infinity. That's why I can map all realities, infinite realities, into one spot. This is the brain. This is the brain space. This is the reality space. So mapping reality space onto the brain is how you take the picture of the reality and understand it. Mine is infinite. God can show me all those in one spot. So my finite spot can catch everything. My finite size of the brains can catch everything. And by the way, talking about the brains, Gauss's brains is preserved for his contribution to mathematics. Einstein's brains is also in a jar, preserved for his contribution to mathematical physics. So what does that tell you in terms of your responsibility as a race about Oyibo's brains?
You got to preserve it.
I see. So when you were writing that resolution, you hadn't even gone this forward yet. You hadn't begun. You just gave them a flavor. So therefore, if there's any doubt in your minds that God has ordered black people back to global leadership, I'd like to hear it as a result of what you saw.
I mean, you said it all. I mean, nothing we can add to it.
If there's one single doubt, I'd like to hear the doubt. This ushered the Europeans to global leadership.
No, I think we all on tune with you on that.
Okay.
In my conversations with Minister Brown, I don't think either of us has any doubt.
Okay.
Have any doubt.
And this brought the Jewish connection in.
Yes.
And this is the mother of all of them.
Yeah. I don't think it's a doubt in any of our minds. I mean, that goes without saying.
Okay. Now, but the signature of God is there. Of course, this is all about God.
Mm-hmm.
God does not change, is the equation. God doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
God can't change. That's just too big for change. God does not change. That's the exact description of reality. And for you to picture, see, what if this is all I did, that is more than anybody could do it. But I didn't do it, God did it. But God followed through and gave me the view of that. That's the solution. This is the this is the differential equation. This is the this is the equation. This is the solution. Einstein created a general relativity equation, but he didn't have all the solutions. He only was able to reproduce Newton's, meaning making Newton's theory a subset of his.
Right.
That was accomplished enough.
Right. We know what gravity is.
Yeah.
We know what electromagnetic fields are.
Yeah.
How would you quantify strong and weak forces?
Yes. Those are embedded in eta sub 0. The waves. The waves.
Waves relating to?
Well, okay, the wave phenomena, the weak and the strong forces are wave. In other words, they're not, their material is very weak. The material is very thin.
Would you say something like a radio wave?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Except
well,
they could be,
Okay.
even thinner. Okay, and it's that realm that God reveals to me what life is. Life is also a wave. So,
A sinusoid to be exact.
okay, so a wave, which is the first revelation by God. The one thing, by the way, that I'm pretty sure you would have thought about it in terms of your divinity side, is that notice that there's no such a thing as people that don't believe in life. In other words, as equivalent to atheists. Atheists are people who don't believe in God. You don't have similar set of people that don't believe in life.
To not believe in God means you don't believe in life.
Which is the reality, but you will not see somebody coming around and say they don't believe in life because they know life is real in them. Without life, they couldn't talk, they couldn't do anything.
Exactly.
So they know life is, they can't say they don't believe in life. But they have the gut to try to contradict what you just said.
I follow you, yeah.
That's extremely interesting. Somebody can say they don't believe in God, but cannot dispute life. However, they don't know what life.
God is life.
Exactly.
And that's why, like I said earlier,
Okay.
that we got to make sure that we understand the connection between God and nature. 'Cause the life of nature is a outgrowth of the life of God.
Okay. So now, therefore, that's what God revealed to me. Life. Life is the form of waves. And of course, folks from Cambridge are extremely fascinated. They're just hoping that you take your time and delay in getting cracking with this thing, and so on and so forth, so that they could have an opportunity to try to catch up. Is what they're counting on. But that's if you allow them. Now, so therefore, so with this now, the definition of life comes out. I have it here. So that's if I have intelligence, all intelligence, I should be able to explain life here. The explanation is that's eta sub 0 dynamics. I can give you specifics and so on, because some of the things they try to do, try to find life, is to weigh a person before they die and weigh them immediately after they die, and then to try to see the difference and try to account for it. That doesn't, and they couldn't come up with anything, and so on. But this is life here, eta sub 0. G eta sub 0 is where life is. It's called the life waves. And what it does is it gathers an escape velocity with which to escape our bodies during, which is what we call death. So, in order to protect life, first you must know what life is. Now, that has not been known before Gaga. So all the effort that has been used to try to protect life is a gamble, it's a guesswork, it's the best theory, it's no wonder with all the Harvard MDs we die like birds, especially black people. There are tons of hospitals. It seems as if from those hospitals all we do is bury people.
Well, people check in, but they don't check out.
Absolutely. Therefore, that's because they never know what life is. You can't know. So life is a wave that is attached to the body through a glue that only God provides. And when that glue leaks out, then the life wave develops the escape velocity with which it escapes the body, and that's what we call death. With that understanding, therefore, it becomes immediate and urgent, a serious urgency by God's order to call for the Gagut Lifesaver and Riemann hypothesis briefing. And Riemann hypothesis briefing is the Riemann hypothesis briefing is it's supposed to be the most most celebrated unsolved problem that has been solved. That has a GIJ, and I'd like to share that with the people in the of course, this is, I don't know if you read this before, this is from Dasgupta, an Indian. There are Indians over there who are kind of part of this dynamic. But that's a professor from Krishnendu Dasgupta. When he found out, he sent a message called God's Mission and Dasgupta, in which he says, Dear Oyibo, good day. I heard that you have been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory since my theory was different. God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendu Dasgupta. A PhD in mathematics and physics, and the top 20 university in India, called Jamia Millia Islamia University. You can probably Google him, because this is MIT here. Them demanding Gagut to be incorporated in the, this is Harvard. Some of this you've seen before. Oh, this is the dynamic that is going on in Texas right now. Texas calls Gagut, includes Gagut, they're studying Gagut, but call it, put it under a phony title, pseudoscience. Yes?
We have 30 more minutes. I was hoping you could
round
them out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But pull in the Baptist
Convention. Okay.
Convention.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
it means.
Okay. Yeah, but okay. So all right. So anyway, so they're studying this in University of Austin, where they had another equivalent of Scar William trying to block black people from studying Gagut, and they're studying it under a camouflage called, what do you call it? Pseudoscience.
It's up to pseudoscience.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, that's I wanted to show you where the Gagut is included here, and they tried to bad mouth it, so there'll be G-A-G-U-T. Okay, yes, it says that's Gagut there. Okay. This is in Brazil, Austin, Texas, in Austin.
Not gang on it, gag it.
So, but anyway, because it makes them gag. Anyway, so now,
You're going to just summarize for the
that's right.
Baptist Convention.
Okay, so what happens is now, I need the copy. Where's my copy? Progressive Baptist Convention. Okay, you pulled it up before. Okay.
It's right here.
Yeah, all right. What happens is that, the Progressive Baptist Convention came about as a result of part of these revelations. And when the world began to react and so on and so forth, it was necessary. Her bird article was, tons of other reports, even Sister Pulitzer Prize winner,
Charlene Hunter.
Charlene. Well, Charlene did too. Charlene did in the journal, in the newspaper in South Africa. Karen Hunter, Professor Hunter, by the way, she was in Hunter College. She won the Nobel Prize equivalent for journalism. She wrote an article, but it was published in Caribbean News. Caribbean, okay. Now, so with all that, people began to read and people began to ask questions. At first, they thought it was a feel-good sermon by some nice black man or whatever, or even fraudulent black man and so on. But when the truth began to unfold, the black people felt like they have a responsibility. So one of the starting points for the collaborative effort was Reverend Dr. Jones, who asked for a presentation on Gagut, and we went into Bethany Baptist Church and we gave him a presentation, and he was touched by God in terms of what he saw, and inspired the other pastors, like Reverend Dr. Parker, and who was influential also during that point, and yourself, and even Reverend Youngblood, Reverend Dr. Youngblood, and a few things from the other denominations as well, in terms of AMEs. And the AME took theirs to Florida and so on and so forth, and there were a lot of things. But anyway, in a cooperative effort in terms of trying to sensitize, as people say, our people, the partnership was developed in terms of, okay, let's do something. We have to be on record. And so a delegation was sent over to Nigeria to talk to the government. Eventually what happened was emotion came out of that dynamics. And then a resolution, an emotion came out, Nigerian Senate Motion 151, recognizing that God has called black people to global leadership. In 2005, also the Progressive Baptist Convention that participated in the preliminary work towards that motion developed their own, over here on the other side of the Atlantic. And then it became their own equivalent to the Gagut motion, 151. 151 was passed unanimously. That was a phenomenon in itself.
151 as far as the Nigerian Senate.
Nigerian Senate.
I just want to make sure I was clear on the camera.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was passed unanimously. As from everybody's experience, as is worldwide in our black world, black people do not agree on literally anything. But they found a way to agree 100% on the Gagut, motion.
I think that's so critical.
Extremely critical.
Super critical.
Extremely
Say that again.
Super critical.
Yeah.
Super critical. Super critical. So, and the similar thing was followed up here independently.
I'm sorry. What year was it passed?
2005.
2005.
That's right.
Okay.
It was before this. Actually, it was during the process of this thing happening in Germany and so on.
Right. The reason why I'm saying that because those that are listening, they can go online. Now they got the information and verify that for themselves.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, when did the New York Progressive Baptist Convention pass their resolution?
I believe it was, don't hold me to this, but I believe it was 2006. I think it was a couple months after Nigeria passed theirs.
Okay.
We both were writing at the same time, but they met earlier than we did and passed it, if I remember correctly.
Right. I think that sounds about right. So you had this phenomenon going on both sides of the Atlantic. Okay? So it began to sensitize the world, and of course the world was reacting. Most of the reaction were shock and negative and so on. But anyway, so it got us to a point where an agreement was reached that we have to respond. God has called the black people to global leadership. We have to go into that global leadership. And we need legal specifications in terms of how we're going to go about it. One of the things was, okay, Gagut has to be recognized. So the Nigerian Senate motion set up that recognition, which was supposed to be called the African International Prize for Science and Technology.
Right.
They stipulated the prize has to be higher than that of Nobel Prize, because Göttingen had declared Gagut as bigger than 42 Nobel Prizes. That's what we saw. So when they said the prize has to be higher than the Nobel Prize, they knew what was being talked about. So and then asked the entire black world to cooperate in the process. So in passing the other side of the Atlantic, the Progressive Baptist Convention resolution, they also said money should be collected in the churches to help deflate that cost, or deflate that cost of that prize. Of course, the enemy forces came in, and of course, you played a major role, Minister Clonton, and you, Dr. Hand, in various parts of that. And so, at some point, however, there was some obstacles. And what this call is for is to actually now bring those two motion and that resolution back on track.
Yeah.
The Lifesaver and Riemann hypothesis briefing calls for every church to send a delegation to the Lifesaver, because only Gagut understands life, and therefore only Gagut can save lives. Everything about life is in here. There's no other institution that can say the same thing. Therefore, this is the only place where you could save life in reality. You can gamble anywhere else, but this you get a real thing. So, and then the Riemann hypothesis attached to it, because life is as difficult and even more difficult than a Riemann hypothesis.
Agreed.
So if life can be solved as a GIJ, so does Riemann hypothesis. That's number one, dynamics of the God's calling. Because God has summarized everything here already. You just pull it out, and and that has been done already. And from what you saw in Göttingen, of course, if the Riemann hypothesis is the toughest math problem, they expect the top most mathematicians to be the kind of people that to have a chance at solving it. So therefore, the mathematician that is declared the foremost, would have a chance at solving that problem, wouldn't he? In the minimum, have an equal chance with the rest of the 52 people that were listed as the top, but that's why it has been solved, because the solution is there already. Now, therefore, so the call therefore says that the collection money that was stipulated in the resolution now be collected so that, among other things, the delegates who are suffering from all kinds of sicknesses and diseases right now can come and rescue their lives in that conference. They'll get the GIJs for the various problems. But they will come like, delegations, 1,000, We like to see a situation where 10,000 people come in every month and so on. That's what this is about. So it's about going to the churches and following through with the recommendations of the resolution. In addition, this is also calling for a takeover of the HBCUs, which the resolution recommended should open their doors to Gagut. But in light of the set of the Jim Crow that is jeopardizing the existence, the survival of the HBCUs, Gagut may as well take them over as campuses of application and technology, which is now the headquarters of academics in the world. That is additional purpose for this meeting. And then other things like the Fanny schools and all that was also recommended. And the legacy within the HBCU that must be preserved, that now they're forcing black kids to go to the so-called larger universities and not go into the HBCUs. That now has been changed automatically because opening their doors means they're going to be studying Gagut, which is the highest form of education they can possibly get. So the accusing of HBCUs of having low standard has now been wiped out because the highest.
Exactly. And you get the HBCU, black-owned college universities to teach Gagut.
Yes.
That's going to set them up on the top of the mountain.
They will go past Harvard, which is where we belong. That's what Göttingen said we are. So that is what the purpose is, and there are tons of things. For example, this is the kind of thing they will be studying. Okay, advances in mathematics research. Volume 1.
How much is that book?
This book here is $125, I believe, dollars. Okay.
Any book that go to university, I want to read it first.
That's right. No, sure. Yeah. This is one, but okay, but so now, this is where, of course, Oyibo reviews and grades professors from all over the world. Okay, you can see their names here. Indians, this is, Chinese.
I should have been a college professor. I could have helped grade it for you.
Absolutely. George Osipenko, for example, is from, here you go. What's that?
St. Petersburg State Technical University.
That's Leningrad. That's Russia. That's the Yale or Stanford of Russia. His work comes to me for grading.
That's ironic.
No, that's heavy. His work comes to you. How many of these works come to you?
All of them from all over the world.
Come to you for grading?
Are you kidding me? Garabedian sent his work for me to grade. These are children compared to Garabedian. You still haven't heard what I'm telling you?
Well, I'm listening.
Oh my God!
Ears open, learning more and more.
Yeah, this is from St. Petersburg. This is the Yale.
Well, how long has that been happening?
That has been happening since you've been knowing me. That's what I do. That's what I do every day. Every day.
Well,
don't you see here? Everything.
Ain't nothing public about this.
Everything. No, but that is some of the spirit that drove. This is St. Petersburg. This is, man, that's the thing. Indians, the Jews, everybody.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, who puts this book out?
Nova Science Publishers.
Who?
Nova Science Publishers.
Oh, shit. Nova Science? They only publish
Nobel laureates.
All your Nobel laureates.
Nobel laureates.
They send this to you?
What do you expect, man? Don't you see here? I have everything. I have everything. I have everything. Don't you understand? That's what I'm trying to get across. I have everything. I'm the most intelligent ever created. Ultimate intelligence. That's what this says. That's what I'm trying to break down.
Did you know that here?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And
now, what does that mean to you? What does that speak? That Nova Science is sending all of these.
That he's a man. He's the greatest of the mathematicians.
That's what Göttingen, that's what I've been trying to
That's
go
all
about
it's
Göttingen.
saying.
And they consider it a privilege. Everybody that have their works, put in here, make it their pride of their publication because Oyibo reviewed their work.
I'm happy to roll soon, fellas.
Me too.
Oyibo reviewed this work,
Yeah.
and
Well-
it's helped them. They get their tenure and everything else.
Yeah. Okay.
Professor, let me say it's been marvelous. It's been
I'm telling you.
this has been 8 straight hours that you've been standing there. We've been recording. Matter of fact, we've been recording since 9 straight, and it's now we started at 9. It's now after 5, almost 6. How many
Actually,
hours is that?
it was almost 10.
It was almost 10.
Yeah.
Okay, from 10.
8 hours.
8 hours. That's what, okay. It's been, all right. Thank you. You got anything to say, Reverend Allen, before we leave?
Oh yeah, actually, I want to do. I want to thank God for the opportunity just to sit under the drippings of this walking warrior, this living legend that we have among us, and all you out there in video land. Now you notice I didn't say radio land. In video land, as you're watching this tape, watching this DVD or whatever you want to call it, don't underestimate what has transpired here to this morning and afternoon, and going into the evening. We are sitting on probably the most invaluable wonders of the world in this century.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the 8 wonders of the world?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're on the brink of making number 9. It just came to my spirit to say that. And as with all wonders of the world, it has to be cherished and archived. It has to be preserved. Pick a wonder of the world, you can't get over there. The government of that country will not allow anybody to disrupt anything that's been declared as historical and under preservation. We should do everything in our power to preserve the knowledge that's been transpired here today, and not only the knowledge, but the individual who transformed it. First, God, and 2, using the element of Oyibo. Okay, now I want to support Dr. Oyibo and thank God for him. Let us work with him. Let us look out for him. Let us support him. Let us protect him. He's our African leader. You go back to the understanding of African ancestry. Our leaders are to be protected. Okay? There are many people that are out there that would not want this video to go forth. But I'm encouraging you to share it with your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Let the legacy continue on. Why? Because this is our time. We have been called to leadership.
Absolutely.
This is our time. We have been called to empowerment. It's our time. We have been called to take charge and right that which was wrong for all these centuries. Amen.
Amen. It's been my pleasure. It's been my pleasure.
This is a trinity right here.
That's right.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
And Minister Brown, God bless him for being the greatest archiver of African descent, African legacy materials.
Absolutely.
Get in contact with him, go through it, see what he has available, purchase from him.
Absolutely.
Because we don't buy from each other, how do we expect other folk to do it?
Absolutely.
That's true.
Enough said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sign